The forum hall. So let's have about 3 minutes and we will be ready to begin.
Шановні гості, добрий ранок. Я вітаю вас на третьому щорічному всеукраїнському. Слухай, ти не знаєш, чи дякую. Та ні. Що таке велике, дивитись, як костюм виглядав. Так, зараз немає. Ну що ж, друзі, я так бачу, чудова новина. У нас повний солдаут, так, не вистачає місць, але ми підготувалися, є додаткові стільці, все буде вирішено. Я ще раз звертаюся до всіх тих, хто
Solve the issue. So please, as for the coffee zone, please say goodbye to the coffee now, because in a couple of minutes we are beginning the Open Data Forum 2019.
Ну що ж, шановні гості, добрий ранок.
Okay, esteemed friends and guests, good morning. Welcome to the Open Data Forum 2019. Catherine, look, such a beautiful one. Good for you. Yes, we don't ban the applause. We even have it written in the regulations. I'd like to greet our foreign guests here.
Welcome to Ukraine, the dreamland and the future of data, right? Future of European data. Тож, друзі, я вітаю вас на...
So, dear friends, I greet you at the third annual forum, which is devoted to the development of open data. The main topic of Open Data Forum 2019, Ukraine on the way to the economy of data, data-driven economy. So, how do we implement the potential of the open data? How do we use AI and form the state policy, which is also data-driven, will help in the development of the transparent and digital economy, and which progress they are achieving already by the Ukrainian cities? We'll speak about that and other points with numerous interesting speakers of our forum. It's incredibly pleasant for us for the third year in a row to see so many people who are interested in the topic of e-governance, and we thank you that for the third year in a row we are gathering together to sum up with the events of the year and to speak about the huge ecosystem of open data in Ukraine. But before we begin the forum, dear friends, I'd like to drive your attention to some points. First of all, please, as for the speakers and moderators, please stick to the timing, because we know maybe we look like Homo sapiens, but I'm sure that you know why 45 minutes is the time for the lesson in the school and an hour and a half the session in the university, because several million years ago we had a tale and we cannot sit for a long time, more than an hour and a half. We prepared it for you, we know that, and we prepared numerous coffee breaks, we'll have lunch break, we'll have the after party, and all of that will be there. But please, it's almost 8 hours, so we really want it for those 8 hours not to be 9 or 10. And we all want to get to the first night of the new movie with Brad Pitt, some science fiction at Astra where he flew to space. So we want to finalize the event in time. Secondly, I'd like to drive your attention to the fact that each of you, at the reverse side of your badge, there is an agenda of the event. So if you've got any questions, who's the next one, what we'll have after that, or maybe you have a thought flying by, oh God, can you finally give me a cup of coffee? God will hear you, but when He sends you the cup of coffee, you will see at the reverse side of the badge, we have all the coffee breaks listed there by time. And the last point, you know that recently, during the last years, the life has changed thanks to data, especially, and everyone who has an account in the social networks knows the main rule of the social networks. If it's not in the social network, it never existed. But it existed and it will be. So dear friends, please, any of the pictures, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, if you post anything there, some of the publications or streams, please use the hashtag. Our hashtag is very simple. I do hope that I don't need to explain what hashtag is, right? So this is the OD Forum hashtag, right? So the main moments are finally decided and we are beginning our event. I'm gladly giving the floor for the introduction speech, having your applause, the Vice Prime Minister, the Minister of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, Mr. Mikhailo Fedorov. Well, you know, I will say every time, Mr. Fedorov, the floor is yours, as it is said mostly. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. For about 9 months ago, when I didn't even think that I'm here and I deal with politics and I'm becoming a minister, I never even thought about that, but I was in Zelensky team and I helped to form the program, and my part was devoted to digitalization. And we Googled a lot what's going on in the country, what stage we are at. And then I got to the website of Open Data Challenge, and maybe this was the only project which really brought me to nice emotions. So I came to my colleagues who were in my office and I said, friends, we've got so many nice projects in Ukraine and not enough people know about that. So now I have an honor to open this Open Data Forum. And the emotions which I felt then, I remember them, and I'm really happy that I'm here today. What I'd like to say now, I got acquainted with the list of the participants, with your projects, and I'd like to say that you are the real talents. That is really cool, because you're moving our country. You're finding nice opportunities to create such projects, to launch the startups. And what I like as an ex-entrepreneurship, you know how to monetize them, and it's really cool. So looking at those projects, I can see only two tasks for our ministry, which we have created recently. First of all, to make this data even more and bigger. I know that I know the decrees which they adopted and according to which they open the data. I know the percentage of execution and performance, and having such a small percentage of performance, we have so many cool projects. So our first aim is to make this decree working and to have open data for 100% what you really want. This is the aim number one. Our second aim, for those events to be known by more people and to have more startups taking part, teams taking part, and to emerge new businesses which are data-driven, open data-driven, because it seems to me that this will be the best way to develop the market with the entrepreneurs and the startups which use it. So my aim, which I pointed for my team, is to make our country to be the third in top 3. Maybe not the third, but at least in top 3. Maybe the first, maybe the second. In 3 years in the open data sphere in the world. Because for now we have the president's support, the prime minister's support, all of the ministers. Everybody understands the value of the open data, and everybody will help us to make it real. And today, among the participants, I've seen lots of anti-corruption projects. It's really cool, because in spite of a reboot of anything, we still have some of the state officials who are dealing with the corruption affairs, and those projects really help us to get to know about that and to solve the issues. It's cool, and thank you for that. You've heard that the next year is the year of digitalization. For me, this year already began this year. But officially, it will begin next year. The year of digitalization from Ukraine will digitalize whatever we see. So I'd like to apply and to appeal to all of the future participants. Please join our ministry. We'll definitely create the board about open data, basing upon our ministry. Join TAPAS project, visit our events. We are open for that. So I'd like to thank the TAPAS project. Thanks to you, Ukraine has been noticed at the digital map of the world, because I know that our country is the second on the progress of the opening the data. It's really cool, and it's incredible, in fact. And I'd like to say a couple of words about our ministry, because all of you have lots of questions, lots of people are coming up to me. So I'd like to tell you honestly what is going on and where I can see certain issues, how I'm going to solve them. These are not the strategic questions, those are the managerial questions. You know why we created the ministry: to form and to shape the policy in the digitalization sphere, because not a single authority dealt with that before. Such cool projects like TAPAS developed the concepts, invented the projects, and then searched the support of the ministers who will have a certain degree. Today we have the ministry, and we are as open as possible, and we'll try to help them to support and to find funding. And also we came close to the creation, to conduct the revolution in the digitalization sphere from the point of view of management, and it seems to me this is an appropriate approach. We didn't only create the shaping policy authority, but also the institute with the deputy ministries which deal with digitalization in each ministry. From the perspective of aims and management, it's really clever, because the ministry won't be able to focus on all of the directions, and in this way we'll have a person in each ministry who will help to implement vertically and from top down all of those tasks. So whatever we do or don't do, for instance, we initiated the audit of all the registers. But in each ministries there are certain obstacles, and the task of this deputy is to have fewer of those obstacles. The next point, we have the future deputy of the Kherson State Administration. We introduce the positions of the deputies at the region level, who will help us to follow the KPIs of what we implement at the regional level. And today I'm working on the creation of our own team. We created the Committee of the Digitalization and Digital Transformation in Verkhovna Rada, the Parliament. This is the first committee with such set of goals, because at the legislative level we also have the support, and this is the cool team of ours. And we have the same aims with them. We try to synchronize as much as possible, and we try to communicate with each other to achieve those goals. So what are the issues I can see? I can see that they ignored your projects for lots of years. Each person who comes up to me says, let's meet. For about 10 or 5 years or a year or a month, I'm going along the corridors and I am suggesting my projects, but nobody hears me. And I don't hear because I've got so many ideas piled up that my brain is exploding. And what I'm doing, I'm appealing to all of you, to each of you, for you to understand what's expecting for you. I'm creating a very powerful team of deputies and the team of departments and directorates in the ministry. Those are not people from the sphere. Those are just cool managers who have implemented the projects from scratch, the projects connected with digitalization. So I put the stake on the cool managers, because I understand that relying upon the ministry, we need a powerful team of product managers, and the whole expertise should be at the market. Those should be businesses, NGOs, projects, because if we bureaucratize ourselves and do everything in the ministry, we won't achieve anything. So up to the 1st of October, we have the task officially to introduce the positions of the deputies. I will have a powerful team of deputies who will create a powerful teams of departments. Those are really cool managers, and only after that we'll begin to work with you on the projects which you've got here. Because what I used to see before, just the manual management, when the minister or any active person in the ministry was just visiting the events and communicating and promising something, but in the end of the day there is nothing working. So now I'm at the stage when I try to form a very powerful deputies team. Then, according to the functions and aims which you could see in the media, and on the 27th of September we'll publicly present our ministry, and the deputies will have the online broadcast live, and you will be able to see the winners of the today who will be invited to the offline presentation. It will be in the smaller format because we are emphasizing on the online option. So they will create the teams of the departments, and then, basing upon our aims, we will communicate with you one by one and implement your projects into this coordinates system. Because I'd like to make this funnel upside down, because lots of projects are coming and we are thinking where we can implement it. There is one more project and we planned a different one and the architecture doesn't suit. So I'd like to make this funnel upside down, because we need to take the obligation and to be bold enough. I'd like to show, guys, these are our aims. We have 4 precise aims, precise KPIs for the 3 years, for that year, for the next year, and they are operationalizing, and we need to implement these and those projects. So please try to find the project which you can implement. You've got the expertise within our vision, and we will go along this way. It seems to me it's a very appropriate way. Then each of you will understand that the state has such a goal to achieve this and that, to construct this and that, and we need to implement these and those projects. I can adjust my project for that. I can create a new project for that, and we will all together will be synchronized as much as possible. There won't be a single project where you're just wasting donors' money or wasting your time and nobody hears about that in the end of the day. So time will show whether this approach is really appropriate. It seems for me to be appropriate. I know that you've got lots of ideas. Please give me several weeks to create the management and to hear every project. And if it's really cool and it helps to achieve the aims, the goals, and it's included into this coordinate system, it will work. Because I don't have an opportunity to read all of the messages, to answer each of them, to visit every event. Honestly speaking, I'm not planning for a year to travel much between the events, to open the events, to close the events, to have some speeches. I'd like to show the result. And then with this result, I will deal with information tourism and tell how cool we are. So I really would like to visit all the forums you're inviting me to, but honestly, I even refused of 95% of all of the trips abroad to the national forums, world forums where Barack Obama is opening the forum, when Jack Ma will be there, and so on. Because for now, we've got lots of issues in the country which we need to solve to deal with the next level of issues. At least we need to make the registers in order, because not a single project will be implemented if we have 350 registers and we don't know who has access to them. So we will say lots of precise things on the 27th, some of the precise aims, and this will be the first presentation in the history of Ukraine when everybody understands what we are doing. And today I wish you to listen as much as possible, whatever you are told. Be prepared that we will be in top 3 in the world in several years, and I do hope for your support in our direction of development, that we will become friends and implement all of the invented projects. Thank you for the invitation. I thank to Tapas project for what you're doing. This is the cool level. I thank the media that you are supporting and telling about what we're doing, and I thank everyone who is implementing the projects in our country for us to have a cool situation around. Thank you so much. Okay, friends, a round of applause. That was Mikhailo Fedorov. I don't know whether it's cool when the forum is opened by Barack Obama, but still, when the forum is opened by Mikhailo Fedorov, it is just incredible, dear friends. Rather ambitious plans, as you've heard. To be in top 3, well, I don't know. What do we have to do to have this breakthrough? Because now Ukraine takes approximately the 63rd position, right? No? No, right? The 17th. Oh, the 17th already. Okay. Well, whatever. That was a mistake of mine. Okay. So, dear friends, I think you understand that this forum wouldn't be impossible without the financial support of the governments of 2 states. With no surprises, because those are the United States and the United Kingdom, and they are the donors of the transparency and accountability in the state administration and services project. So I'd like to give the floor at this stage the ambassador of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to Ukraine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for ambassador of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland in Ukraine. Make some noise for Melinda Simmons. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Szanowni Panie,
Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, thank you. The governments of Her Majesty support the 3rd annual Forum of Open Data as witnesses of our wish to support the positive changes in Ukraine. And now a bit in English.
Over the past few years, with the support of international donors, Ukraine has been working systematically to improve transparency and accountability and to fight corruption. Open data is a really important tool in this reform journey. By opening up government activity in a quantifiable way, it can help improve the way state and society interact and improve the effectiveness of government thereby helping build much-needed trust. It can also contribute to economic growth by laying the foundations for new business models and software products that are built on open data. The power of open data is already being realized. For instance, over the last few months, 2 analytical modules were launched with TAPAS support, the Inspections Portal dashboards and Transparent Infrastructure. Using open data, these analytical tools bring greater transparency to 2 critical areas that have a profound effect on Ukrainian entrepreneurs and to citizens. One of those dashboards was developed by the winners of last year's Open Data Challenge, the open data startup competition that TAPAS has run over the past 3 years. And that is a tangible example of how open data can bring government and society together in the fight against corruption. And it's also testament to the creative and the entrepreneurial spirit of Ukrainians. So I'm really looking forward to hearing more about the winners of this year's challenge, and I congratulate all of the participants on their innovative ideas. Дякую.
Thank you for the invitation here today.
I wish to all of you a very good and productive day. Thank you. So friends, please, once again, the round of applause.
Thank you for your motivational speech. It was great. And our next speaker, наш наступний гість.
Our next guest is going to be Christine Quinn, the deputy head of the mission of the United States of Ukraine, of America to Ukraine.
I'm sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Mrs. Christina Quinn.
Доброго дня.
Добрий день.
I'm afraid I don't even have as much Ukrainian as the ambassador from Great Britain, but I hope I can still share my thoughts with you in English. Thank you for the opportunity to join you today. It's really wonderful to be here among so many young and innovative people, although it does make me feel a little old and old-fashioned. So I'm very happy to be here, especially with such a young and dynamic minister who I think has a lot of great ideas taking Ukraine forward. The U.S. government is proud to support Ukraine in implementation of fundamental open data reforms because we all share a common goal: transparent and efficient government. Access to information is critical in a democratic society. It allows journalists and civil activists to do their jobs. It allows businesses to make informed decisions, and it allows citizens to exercise their rights. We're pleased to see that Ukraine has been making progress to provide its people more access to government information. And we're proud to support Ukraine in these efforts through our program with the U.S. AID. Starting in 2016, U.S. Agency for International Development partnered with the government of Ukraine to develop an open data roadmap to identify data sets that could be open to the public. Later, regulations were passed to require government institutions to make those previously closed data sets open. This access to information makes a difference. For example, on the quality of water in Ukraine's rivers and lakes, data has been collected for decades by the government, but hadn't been previously accessible to the public. Today, as a result of our collaboration with the government of Ukraine, this data is online, and citizens and environmental groups can access it to make better informed decisions about water quality. Meanwhile, opening data paved the way for the expansion of e-services, which are now a driver to help prevent corruption, as we heard from the minister recently. Ukraine has received well-deserved recognition for its success in open data efforts, and according to a recent international study, Ukraine has the most developed open data ecosystem in Eastern Europe. That's important. It takes a big team to achieve these great results, strong Ukrainian government leadership and support, a robust civil society, private sector involvement, regional networks, and international partners. I hope you all take advantage of today's forum and the opportunity it presents to push your agenda forward. By identifying additional ways to open data to the public, you and Ukraine as a whole will promote accountability, an efficient government, and a thriving democracy. Thank you very much. Дякую.
So, dear friends, have I heard it the right way? So, Katarina, can you please also tell it? So, you're beautiful, well, just trust me in that. Have I heard it the right way? We're number one in Eastern Europe. That I've heard it the right way. Okay, we're number one in Eastern Europe. That's wow, that's very good, I would say. That's very good. So, dear friends, I believe that the Open Data Forum 2019 can now be pronounced open. So please, your round of applause. So for the first 2 years in Open Data Forum, we were mostly discussing the development of open data and the potential that they have for the society and the economical development of Ukraine. The international community is already actively discussing the next stage, analyzing and processing the data, using the artificial intelligence technology. It has been forecasted. Personally, for me, this is a shocking number. It is forecasted that up till 2030, the technology of artificial intelligence are going to bring to the world economy the value of around 15 trillion US dollars. Having known that, 25 countries of the European Union has signed a declaration on collaboration in the artificial intelligence sphere and already developing a joint strategy on the development of the technology. And the Digital Euro program invests 2.5 billion euro for the development of artificial intelligence in those countries. And I would like to invite another guest of ours today, but I just would like you to know that everything not to be that really dry, informative or whatsoever, let us do a little bit of show. And I would like to invite, and I do believe that the person will be pleased because he's coming from the European Union. I will present him in English as a host at an Oscar show or Grammy show would do.
Gentlemen, please. Welcome, straight from European Union. Yesterday landed in Boryspil Airport, Mr. Artificial Intelligence, Vice Chair of the European Commission High-Level Expert Group on AI, President of the European Artificial Intelligence Association. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Professor Barry O'Sullivan. Professor, the floor is yours.
Wow.
Yes, I tried. I did my best.
So I hope I can deliver. So it's a huge honor to be here. So yes, from the European Union, specifically from Ireland. And I suppose I'd just like to mention that as an Irish person, we feel a lot of brotherhood, sisterhood with Ukraine. We have many common features in our history. Ireland used to be called Little Britain. We have similar concerns with issues of territory. We have a common history in terms of enduring famines and revolution. So while we are much smaller, Ireland is about the size of Kiev. We have lived through many of the kinds of things that this country has had to live through, and we applaud you for doing that. So it's a fantastic honor to be here. So my role in Europe is to deputy chair or vice chair the high-level expert group on artificial intelligence. And I suppose when I talk about artificial intelligence, I'm not talking about building that superhuman thing that is the subject of science fiction movies, but instead I'm talking about very smart techniques that give life to open data. So those things that make smart decisions for you, that help you understand the data, that help you interrogate the data, that help you use your resources correctly, to help you identify where corruption occurs and how to deal with it. So it's really the tools and the technologies of things like data analytics, machine learning, optimization, natural language processing. It's not about trying to replace you in your jobs. It's not trying to replace you in society. It's not trying to make us servants to technology. It's trying to make technology work for us. So the biggest thing we have to fear is not artificial intelligence, but is real stupidity. And I think this is something we really need to, I've seen some of the work that people in this room have done, and it's truly incredible. So why do we talk so much about AI today? Well, for 3 reasons. One is we now have more data than we have ever had before. In about 6 months of every year, we create more data than has been created by all of humankind since the beginning of humanity. So absolutely enormous amounts of data. We generate huge amounts of data every day from our smartphones. Some of you are recording this. That's going to generate a lot of data. I'm sure nobody's going to analyze it, but there you go. So data is something that is now a rocket fuel for intelligent systems. The second thing that's happened, of course, is the availability of cheap compute. So the ability to do very large-scale computations on the cloud that are cheap, almost free, but not quite. So I won't talk about that very much today, but there are challenges there. And of course, the third thing is advances in algorithms and in computing in areas such as deep learning. Now, we shouldn't believe the hype that we hear about AI too much. There's a lot of hype in AI. It is one of the oldest new technologies. It's also one of the most overhyped technologies. It's not about robots taking your jobs. It's not about killer robots, but it's about how do we get the benefit from data that maximizes benefit to us. So why is it a priority for the European Union? Well, one of the reasons it's a priority for the European Union is that it just simply has to be. Because there are, from a geopolitical point of view at the very least, there are dominant powers in artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to become one of the most sophisticated and important technologies that any nation will have in the future. And I suppose one of the realizations in Europe is that we just simply cannot meet that competition as individual member states. We have to come together and do it together. Now, when I talk about the European Union and I talk about Europe, I'm not a European Commission official, but I very much include Ukraine. Ukraine is an associate member state of the European Commission, and that means all of the Digital Europe programs that you've just heard about, those billions of euro that have been spent on technology and innovation, that's money that you can apply for. As an associated member, you can apply for that funding just as much as I can from the Republic of Ireland, just as much as a researcher can do so in France, just as much as an entrepreneur can do so from Sweden. So you are equal in that regard, and I would strongly encourage you to benefit from that as much as possible. So there are a number of things, obviously, that Ukraine has to offer that are unique to Ukraine. One specific thing is you've got a fantastic software outsourcing sector. And every single consortium that bids for funding in Europe needs quality software development. And where do they need to come for that? They need to come here. So get yourself on the map, get yourself out there. If I can do anything to help, I would be delighted. If I can make introductions, if I can facilitate in any way I can, I would be delighted to. Please just seek me out. I'm easy to find on Twitter and all sorts of social media. So AI is a priority for the Commission for geopolitical reasons, but also for industrial reasons and for societal reasons. One of the things about open data is that it can help give us a more equal society. It can help us achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We've just heard how water quality can be improved by the gathering of data, but so can gender equality issues be resolved. So can issues of sustainable consumption. Are we using our natural resources correctly? Are we generating energy efficiently? Are we addressing climate change conditions. If you look at, for example, the United Nations Global Pulse, they document applications of open data, data science, data analytics, machine learning, artificial intelligence that are achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It's a fantastic opportunity. Other reasons why Europe are interested in artificial intelligence is that we just simply have to unlock the vast amounts of data that we have in our open data reserves and also in commercial data. We only scratch the surface of what is possible with data. We gather far more data than we are consuming productively, and there is just fantastic wealth of information, of insight, of wisdom, of commercial opportunity in that data. So Europe is trying to create a data-driven society in Europe, but one of the big challenges with building a data-driven society is, well, all members of society are not equal. They don't have equal access to technology. You know, people live in small villages and they live on top of mountains. They don't have access to broadband. They don't have the education or the skills necessary to benefit from that. And one of the priorities, and I know this is one of the priorities of your new government, is to roll out digital skills and to improve the digital skills of the population. And that's not just at the high end. That's not just at the university graduates or the fantastic entrepreneurs and business people that we have here, but also it's our fathers, our mothers, our sisters, our brothers who need to understand how to use a smartphone to access services. They need to understand how to access news. And I suppose collectively as a society, we need the digital skills to recognize what is true and what is false. One of the big challenges today with AI and big data and open data is the question of fake news, propaganda, understand what is real and what is not. And one of the powers of open data, of course, is that it is immensely accountable and transparent. We can analyze it and understand what's going on. I hear a lot about the need to deal with corruption issues, and this is a serious concern right across the globe. And AI and open data is one of the many solutions to this problem. So, for example, if you search online, there's a fantastic report was written by the State of Victoria in Australia in July of this year. It was called the State Government Integrity Report. And that's a really nice report that gives you a summary of how big data and AI and analytics has been used to address issues of corruption. And, you know, the problematic areas are the simple things. It's procurement processes not being run properly. It's not dealing with conflicts of interest correctly. And of course, that information is right there in open data. We can understand that. Obviously, there are issues of people dealing with expenses incorrectly. There are criminal links and all this other stuff. There are techniques in graph theory, social media network analysis, community detection. These are all the techniques that we need to apply to our open data to understand what's going on here and to get some accountability. And I think that's really one of the great opportunities that we have. So in terms of what we need to achieve this AI data-driven society of the future, as I said before, we need skills. We also need essentially a code of ethics. So one of the things we've done at the high-level expert group this year is we produced the ethics guidelines for trustworthy AI in Europe. And this has essentially been adopted by the European Commission as its standard for ethical AI. And so this has its grounds in fundamental human rights, and it identifies 7 key requirements that trustworthy AI systems must have. So, for example, they must be transparent. They must be able to explain themselves. They must respect human privacy, human dignity, human autonomy, and many other things. They must be technically robust. When it says that you are ill, you must be ill. When it says that you are not ill, you should not be ill. So so you can actually trust these systems, that you understand what data they're built on, what they're saying to you. You can interrogate them. You can understand that this is the right decision. Now, what we're doing at the moment is piloting this right across Europe in terms of through a piloting process. This piloting process is involving industry, it's involving civil society, it's involving governments, police organizations, but it's also involving private citizens. We have a mechanism where if you care about trustworthy AI, you as a European, yes, you're not members yet of the European Union, but that's only, hopefully that's only a matter of time, You have something to say. There's a platform called the AI Alliance. I would strongly encourage you to join it. You can simply Google it or Bing it or whatever the appropriate search verb is. So go find it, sign up and join and have your say. Be challenging. So, don't be afraid to speak up and be critical of policies. That's what these things are there for. It's an open discussion forum for everybody to get involved. Of course, in addition to ethics, we need investment. So one of the things that Europe has not done very well on for many years is investment in startups, in venture capital rounds, in acquisitions of companies, creating that financial environment that is so well developed, for example, in the United States. So that needs some serious work. And all of the brain power in this room is exactly the kind of brain power that needs to be applied to that problem. So please join the AI Alliance and tell us what you think are the ways of achieving these things. And certainly I think the European Commission is listening. Certainly the European AI community is listening. I suppose there is a question of why it's important to have, so should the Ukraine have an AI strategy? And yes, it should. Ukraine needs an AI strategy. And it needs an AI strategy because with such a well-developed open data environment, you are a perfect location for developing world-class AI solutions. So developing new technologies that can deal with issues of corruption, can deal with a massive population, an enormous country. This is a unique place in Europe, and this is a place where, with the strong entrepreneurial and software skills that you have here, the fantastic standard of education you have here, this is a fantastic location in which to develop very smart AI solutions. You know what you want. This is a young, free country. So let's develop the kind of technologies that young, free countries should have to underpin their principles and their fundamental guiding vision for how they wish themselves to be. I suppose it's always there's always great opportunity to put more data into the system. So we need to break down the barriers for more open data. I would encourage you to look at the European Open Science Cloud, which is a new initiative from the European Commission, which attempts to gather all data that is generated by publicly funded activities. So this is going to be a fantastic repository of data that you can, again, connect to. There are European platforms for artificial intelligence. One of the projects I'm involved in at the moment is a project called the Artificial Intelligence On-Demand Platform for Europe. It's a very large initiative involving 22 countries, about 80 partners. Currently, and strangely, there are no partners from Ukraine. So if you're interested in participating and getting involved in that, again, please let me know or go to the website, AI4EU.org. We'd be delighted to hear from you. But this is a platform that will allow entrepreneurs, software developers, academics, researchers to put their tools and their code online, if they so wish, to put data sets online, to run experiments online, to build a community, to understand who across Europe is working in AI, to network, to recruit, to put yourself up there as a potential contractor, employee. It's a fantastic opportunity. So I think today is a fantastic opportunity. You're all in this fantastic venue. Everybody's excited. The Vice Prime Minister gave a fantastic speech. I met him yesterday. He's an incredibly charismatic and charming person, and I think he's going to be an enormous success. And I wish him every success for the future, along with his other cabinet colleagues. Ukraine is not quite a sleeping giant, but it is a giant that can live to roar much more loudly in Europe. And if there's anything that we can do, either on the high-level expert group, the European AI Association, or if I can do so through my various networks, I would be delighted to do so. Have a great event, have a great conference, and I wish you every success.
Ladies and gentlemen, your round of applause.
Good, thank you.
So, just now at the feed of Teletype, we got a wonderful piece of news. Now we have a coffee break, which will have half an hour long. But of course, we understand that you will have half an hour to do whatever you need to do, but please come back here at 11:15, because at 20 minutes past 11 we'll begin our first panel discussion. Coffee zone, please, we're waiting for you here in the main hall, because we're already ready to go on when we have the first panel discussion ahead of us. So we have a 2-minute readiness, so please don't take much of our time.
Так, ну що ж, друзі, я сподіваюся, що кава-пауза.
So I hope, dear friends, that the coffee break was good. You are full of energy and caffeine helped you. And it will help you during the first panel discussion. I can see that our moderator is really excited and worried. But you shouldn't be worried, everything will be okay. So the first panel discussion today at the Open Data Forum 2019 will be focused on the perspectives of the development of data economy in Ukraine. As it was already mentioned for multiple times during the last year, open data can bring to the economy of Ukraine during the next 5 years approximately $1.5 million in comparison with the $15 trillion of US in the world economy, which can be brought by the artificial intelligence. Well, of course, it's not that much and it's rather sad, but still, there are certain questions. What can we do for this figure to be much higher, and how to expand the focus, and when are we speaking about the use of data for the creation of the powerful economy of Ukraine? So we invite our speakers to discuss that, and the moderator of the following modal. Katerina, 1 second. Dear friends, so let's meet with a round of applause a beautiful lady, Data Fairy, the head of the Open Data Direction of Transparency and Accountability in the State Administration and Services Project. A round of applause for Katerina Onilioglu. That was a special music for your exit, right? Yes, that's my favorite song, sure. So, hello, dear colleagues. I'd like happily to invite here the best ever speakers for my panel, because I'd like to have the best ever speakers at my panel. That is why, for the very beginning, I invite to this panel Oleksiy Vyskup, First Deputy of the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine. Another person whom we really love a lot, Maxim Nefedov, the head of the State Customs Service of Ukraine. Then I'd like to invite here to the stage Mr. Farid Safarov, Director General of the Directorate of Digital Infrastructure and Transport of the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine. And the last speaker is to be invited here, but I would say he's the most important one, because he's the representative of business, so he will be one among the state officials, Oleksiy Ivankin, the founder of Open Data Bot. So I think that we'll begin now. First of all, I will ask all of you lots of questions, and then the audience will have an opportunity to ask their questions. So let's start. We have mentioned for multiple times that the main topic of the forum this year is the economy of data. And you know, in the EU, this is one of the most important parts in the development of the unified digital market. So, in fact, as the Europeans say, free-flow data around Europe is considered to be a priority, because if we have a political and legislative base for this development, then in 2020 we foresee that the economy of data will bring 4% of the GDP of the EU. And this is still $739 billion. And still this year the Europeans are really focusing upon the data, the open data, for the development of technologies of AI and also to solve the biggest issues and problems which the European society faces. So this year there was something incredible going on, that is, that the European Union has updated the directive which is responsible and develops the open data all over Europe. So if Europe is moving so powerfully and invests so much time into the update of the directive, not to have any legislative or political restrictions, I'll have the first question for Oleksiy Vyskup then. Because as you know, open data is a huge part of the work of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So I'd like to hear what is going on with our directive, because we know that the Decree 835 was updated several months ago, and even it's already outdated a bit, so we'd like to hear what's the state of the execution of this decree now. And, in fact, what is the ministry going to do to improve its performance overall? Thank you, Oleksiy. Hello, dear friends and colleagues. First of all, I'd like to thank you personally for such an event, and to our partners, the TAPAS project, Donors USAID and UKAID, because we have such a cool event, and annually all the open data guys and girls are coming together, and we are discussing cool ideas, we are discussing how to move on, and everybody who is here, we should say that this is our common victory, the sphere of open data in Ukraine. Coming back to the decree, you know the story of the Decree 835, how this document was adopted and how much pressure the Cabinet of Ministers felt because of you, and we are grateful for that. And I do hope that soon there will be the moment when I am sad not to see this process anymore, when for about half a year we had to collect all the suggestions and proposals, and I do remember that we had 200 plus proposals for the last edition of this document. It was a real battle when we tried to get any of the amendments for this decree. So I'd say that the level of the performance so far is rather low. We had another monitoring in the end of spring. We had more than 800 data sets adopted there, which belong to 66 distributors, and the level, unfortunately, is only 43%. That is a bit more than 300 data sets, and this is a great pain for us. And you know, there is a new government now, which I hope will pay lots of attention to this issue, and we are preparing to consider the issues on open data, so I appeal for you. I hope that we'll take any suggestions from you, because we'd like to face any of the relevant issues to open the important data, the anti-corruption data, and to raise the question of the decree, because 43% is the total lack of performance. As of the correspondent of this document in the context of the new Directive 1024 of the European Union, we've got lots of international discussions. In the Decree 835, it is one of the most detailed documents in the world. Well, why so? Because we are always trying to put the blocks for any of the state officials, for them not to have the argument or substantiation not to work with this document, but still it's not working. So not a single document in Europe is done in such details, but with the emerging of the new directive, we need to introduce certain suggestions. Last week we finalized within the TAPAS project, we've finalized the analysis of the compliance of our directive to the EU directive, and next week we'll make our report published. So you will see certain disbalances with the modern trends in the European Union, and I hope that during September and October, getting all your proposals and suggestions and having high-quality feedback, will update this decree and make it correspondent to the European one. And also also to have the list of data which is approved by this decree. Okay, Alexei, let us make it more precise, please, more specific, because in fact, what are you speaking about? What are the directions of work that our directive has to be compliant with the European standard? Could you mention 2 or 3 key changes or focuses we need to move in 2 directions? Well, if we analyze the latest directive of the EU from the perspective of why we are not correspondent and compliant to it, this is the issue, because the Decree 835 does not focus upon the dynamic data and opening of data through API. Well, you know, we have a certain norm which witnesses that this data is changing so often it should be opened through API. This formulation is very common, it's not specific, and a consequence of such formulation is that the majority of data is just downloaded as some open formats, but still it restricts its use. It restricts your opportunities as the users of open data. So in the updated edition of the decree, we'll try to solve the next following two issues: to define the list of data which are important and of high priority, as it was done by the European Union, which for sure should be open with the use of API. The European Union has defined the categories of these data. Altogether, it coincides with our common vision. Those are the data about businesses, data about the land, data about the transport and the environment, and so on. There is a very specific list of categories, so I'm sure that we will have our own list of categories which should be compulsorily open through API. Secondly, in the directive paid lots of attention to the dynamic data, that is the data which is created every second, and the access should be live to these sets of data. The most comprehensible example is transport. So we don't have that in the decree, so we again, basing upon the experience of Europe, we'd like to define this list of this data, to define the data which is dynamic, which can be most useful for the business, for the society, for all of you, to define their list and to provide the importance of the access to these data in real time. Thank you, Alexei. Well, in fact, what I'm happy to hear from Alexei out of his comment is that the decree not performed will come to the government. The new Prime Minister and the Vice Prime Minister can give a certain push for this decree to be working, because those data sets, this list out of 900 sets, we are all working on that. I see half of the audience who gave their suggestions and proposals for that. Yes, I'd like to add, in fact, that analyzing the situation in the ministries, maybe you remember that the decree claims the defining of the responsible person or the authorized person. Yes, the organizational scheme did not work. There is an authorized or responsible person who is at the level of the head of department, could be some expert, who doesn't have a single leverage of power to solve any issues, because opening of high-quality data, especially in the spheres which have anti-corruption effect, is a very complicated task. Simultaneously, with the creation of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we are trying to impose some new organizational approach when each ministry needs to have a regional, a branch CDO, either a chief digital officer at the level of the deputy minister, who will be responsible for the digitalization the ministry is dealing with and for the opening of the data in this sphere. We hope that the organizational model will be working much better, because lots of bureaucratic obstacles are now here, which we cannot solve within the obsolete existing organizational structure. I was a bit late for the opening of the forum, but I could see that there were wonderful news and tasks from the Vice Prime Minister who opened the forum today. So I could see there is the task that in 3 years we should be included into top 3 of countries on the development of open data. Well, this task is rather ambitious, the task for all of us. So So let us think today how we can do that. It seems to me that for the last 4 years we've shown huge dynamics. We were included on Open Data Barometer in top 2 countries, which showed the biggest dynamics in 4 years. So if we gain this speed, it seems to me that this task is totally real. Let's think on how we can make it. So, you know, Alexei, we're doing that much, we expand it, we spend so much time, but there are people who need to do that, in fact. So my next question is to Farid, because Farid is responsible for the opening. Alexei, I am the responsible person. Perfect. Yeah, the open data in the Ministry of Infrastructure. So I'd like to hear, in fact, now some more real cases, case. Would you please give me at least a couple of cases, how the data are impacting the state, the public administration, because the ministry was dominated for the open data, so we want to know why. I don't know why, but still.
The very first part of question I will definitely cover, but first of all I would like to thank you for organizing this kind of event, and I want to thank the projects. I want to thank all of the projects that are being developed in the central governmental institutions and body, because it is because of the support of the donors that Alexei has mentioned, UKAID, USAID, TAPAS, because personally I can say that the person who's been working with the digital technologies for a long time, well, open data was a revelation for me, the revelation of the last year. And for the last 11, 12 months, my work, because of Katerina, was mostly dedicated to open data. And there is the decree that really presupposes that we're going to execute it, but there is something worth. There's Katerina, who is, worth in accountability-wise, and much better in quality, because of TAPAS project, the ministry is currently opening up its data sets. So before I turn to answering your questions and giving you 2 cases, I would like to speak about the value that the state sees, for example, as a ministry, what the value the state sees as a ministry, because this is a very good stimulus, first of all, for the market, for the state in open data. Everything's quite simple, because the open data, they will help us to analyze what is going on in our society with the help of others. We have a lot of registers, we have a lot of information, we have a huge amount of information, and we do not analyze or process everything that we have, all the data that we have. And opening this data, it really helps the citizens, the organizations, the businesses to process and analyze those data and to find those violations or breaches that we have. And we're really open to get all of those commands and to try to improve something. But honestly speaking, in the Ministry of Infrastructure, we have around 250 people working, and they cannot cover all of the directions of work. And the civil society here, that's the civil society that is very active, they are doing a lot of work on our behalf. So thank you very much. I'm really grateful that you're doing. And I would like to speak about cases now. There are 2 significant cases that we're doing together with our international partners. The very first was the interactive map of the bus routes. The interactive map that can be now found at Taxi.org UA platform that has been collaborated together with TAPAS. What it is about. So basically we had 4 data sets, and we've turned it into interactive map. So why does the state need it? Because we can visualize where we have the bus routes, where we have some problems, when we have to cover additional interregional or international routes. We see all of the intermediary stations when we do not fulfill the demand of our citizens. Well, basically now we are visualizing the Excel tables, and even the people who are not professionals in transportation, like for example, I'm not like that. I already see where are some problems where we have the bottlenecks that we have to close in order to provide the high-quality services for our citizens. For businesses, especially for the carriers, that is an important and relevant mechanism, because they actually see where the state already has the licensed routes, where they can participate in the competitions to cover those routes, and how they can make money. That's the most important. And As far as we now have the opportunity to have visa-free traveling to the European Union, then the demand of the bus travels, which is the cheapest way to travel around the world, now the demand for bus travels is quite high. And we're turning to the group number 3 of the citizens, so the people can get to the site to see the schedule, what routes they operate, so on and so forth. So that is a very specific case of how the open data might use, how open data might be used by the state and the civil society. Another case that has been just recently presented by Alexander Krykly and Vice Prime Minister Mr. Mikhailo Fedorov, and that is the portal that has been developed in our collaboration with the COST project that has been dealing with the specific international standards on developing the infrastructure projects. That was the project that was called Transparent Infrastructure that has been now given to us, that was developed with the help of the NGO and non-commercial organization, and when then the state, as Autodor and our road services, when they have seen the effectiveness of the system, they've joined the project actively. When the project has been already developed, in the biggest part it has been given to the ministry, and the ministry took the obligation, took the commitment to finalize the system. So this system gives us an opportunity to track not only the process of constructing the road, but what is happening after the road has been constructed. 40% of information are being retrieved from Prozoro, so having this opportunity, I would like to thank Maxim Nefedov for having created this platform, and now we can retrieve data from that. Another part of information is unfortunately currently being manually filled in, but it's been updated by the Autodor organization. So on a daily basis, every midnight, we're updating the data. So every day you can see the real situation of what is happening with the road. Alexei has some questions to me? No? Okay. When the ministry that deals with the digital transformation has no questions to ask, that's good. But this is just the first stage, because for the next stage we would like to monitor the financial situation with the road construction, because all of the documentation, they have to be fulfilled on a daily basis to this portal. And then we will have a very effective tool, not only to control by Prime Minister, by the heads of the executive bodies. We will have the tool that will give the opportunity for every citizen to control how the money of the road foundation or of the road fund are being spent, and whether we're really constructing the road or they exist only on paper. But I would also like to say that open data and everything like that is very good, but unless the state, if the state, for example, the state started to collect the data, then the state learned to categorize the data. But I do believe that the next trend that is going to be the state. So the state would learn to analyze the data independently, just like the civil society currently does. Because this is a good opportunity for the state to make money. Because if the businesses like Open Data Board and so on and so forth, they know how to deal with this data, then the average citizen, they do not know how to decipher JSON format. And the state has to create these analytical models that will provide you with the final information. There's a lot of consulting companies, lots of big players that want to come to Ukrainian market, want to engage investment to Ukrainian markets. They will need these analytic modules. And in order to do that, the state has to engage good analytical specialists. The state has to pay them good salary and to provide the services on analyzing data. And I do believe that is going to transform, first of all, the understanding what bureaucracy is, what state official is. And they will turn the state officials not only in public offices, not only to the people who are, let us say, in a popular wording, the servant of the people, but they will also turn this person to an analyst, an analytics specialist, and will provide the opportunity for the citizens to retrieve the data. Okay, thank you. Interesting case, and actually, I have a lot of hopes for the Ministry of Infrastructure, because Miroslav Krykly, the new minister, is one of the key people in the government who really promotes open data. And last year he opened the most popular data set at DataGo.ua on transportation. And I have another additional question, because we have discussed it with Alexei that our legislation has to move and has to be synchronized into European direction. Can you please tell us what is going to be the following movement for the Ministry of Infrastructure, to what standards, and give me the idea of what you're going to be doing next year, so that I would invite you next year to this panel. Well, you know, there's going to be like public commitments, yes, public commitments to be taken. Well, actually, we're not afraid of giving the public commitments. Okay, but let us speaking about Vladislav quickly. I would just to say that, remember, on Friday when the ministers have started the very first day in work, there was a digital session. He given us already the task that so on the second his working day on Monday, we would be ready to answer all of his questions in digital schemes. So let us say, Alexei said that there is a low execution rates, but I would like to say that the very first obligation and commitment that ministry is going to take is that we will make it almost to up to 100%. This is the rate on execution. I don't know Alexei's evaluation on our work, and you didn't have to voice it out publicly. But I would like to say I know that we are not executing the strategy fully in 100%, because currently we're reviewing the database sets that we have. We have engaged the people from the civil society sector just to understand what else they want to receive from our data sets, from our data, because I do recall these meetings when the representatives of civil society, they told us that they would like to retrieve information on these data sets, and we said, like, why would you need that? Because that was about the seaports. And why? Because, you know, most of the private sectors are the main players in the sea sector. And I recall then we have Stanislav Vozikov here. He was the next day on some kind of conference. He made the photo for me that most of the services are being provided in seaports by the state. Okay, you're not right, so please open the data sets. This is basically like we have our own vision. It's still framed because we are being limited to those walls that we are located in, but there are some people who are specializing in specific directions, and sometimes they might be aware, much better aware on information sets than we are. So we are, because of on his behalf, of going to open even like 99% of information is going to be now opened. But the next big request that we had was to support dynamic data from the GPS trackers. So we will be able to show the movement of all transportations, like not to advertise it, but like EasyWay does it as an application. And that really helps us to understand what is the movement of the public transportation is when it's going to be at my bus stop. The same way, yesterday at 11 o'clock in the evening, we've been together with the railway specialists. We've been discussing what other additional services we will be providing. And we thought that we're going to be able to provide the same data for the railway connection. If the trains that we still use to communicate, to transport ourselves in between the regions, then still, for example, the electric trains that could work around the cities, they are still uncontrolled. So we really do not want the person to be waiting for a long time or to be late for their train. We just want them to retrieve the data on the railway transportation also. And I do hope that we will be able also to provide information for the cross-regional bus connection, so you would see that in dynamic way. I will already say that we have an objective barrier, the financial barrier, because we have to provide the hardware for all of this transportation in order to monitor it and to track. We will try to prioritize everything in that way, so that we would monitor the transportation, and that would be available for our people. So you've all recalled what he has promised us. Just recall that, and we'll ask him about it next year for him to be audible. Okay. I would like to turn to our next speaker, and I would like to pass the next question to Maxim Nefedov, who was the main engine behind the reform of procurement, and Prozoro has already brought millions of hryvnias in saving for Ukrainian budgets, and I do believe that this is the project that Ukraine is really proud of at this moment. And you know, when Maxim has been set as the head of customs, the very first thing that I've had, it was like, oh, something's going to start now. And I was thinking about it in data. connection. But okay, Maxim, you're a new person at your position, so I would like to ask you about your plans. In what way the management of data, using of data, can reform the customs service? Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to once again participate in Open Data Forum, to be a part of it. I'm a very pragmatical person, especially when we're speaking about the usage of data, because it's not some kind of a final goals, like as no information must be free and we had to throw everything to internet just because we would like to reach the abstract transparency. It also gives us an opportunity to build ecosystem. It has the opportunity to build us the new product that the state will not have the resources or inquisitiveness or desire to create. It helps us to have the control for the people, to control to the people who are hired by the taxpayers' money. It really helps to improve the productivity of work. So basically everything I'm about to do in the customs service is going to be connected to those main directions and main statements. And I really would like it to be turned into specific products and to specific measurable results, but not in some abstract data sets and gigabytes of information that we will open just in order for them to be there. And of course, it's quite clear that we're at the very starting stage. We're at the stage of the IT auditing, because if you do not understand where you are, you can keep on moving to any directions and just keep on saying that the place where you got to, it was primarily the place you wanted to come. This audit is going to be completed by the end of the year, and by the end of the year we will have some strategy on digital transformation of the customs, because for customs everything is mostly connected with the information processing, and among all of the state organizations and institutions, the customs is the one where the informational flows identify the quality of work, both inside of their security functions and outside for the people who are using the services of the customs. The customs have three main control points. The first is the exchange of the data with international partners. iPhones live in Poland worthing $1,000. In Ukraine, they have the ceramic tiles worth of $10 worth. Of course, if we will have the automatical data exchange, not only about the prices but also about the weight of the transportation and retrieving data from tax-free services, retrieving the data on recognizing tablets or passport scanning, then of course it's going to be a huge step forward. The second block is the physical control on the border. This is how the people believe the customs are, like a car coming or a carrier going, then someone physically assesses it, like weighting it, scanning it, or whatsoever. This is also like all of the equipment. This is all just pieces of iron if we do not understand how are we going to use it properly. It's quite clear that if you're working there, if those scanners that are currently being mounted into hills, and it's okay, good that no one. It's good that the one thing that really is lucky for us that they didn't mount it vertically, but basically this information has no use if it's not being connected to the specific ticket, to the specific case, to the specific declaration. Like you don't know who was sitting there at the desktop of the scanner. No one knows like whether the car was in the scanner and the car that left the scanner is just the same car or something has been changed in a way. So building a very high quality informational system is also important here. And the third important moment is the statistical analysis of what is going on in our export and imports. So looking for a very interesting trends when we, like, for example, our country being overloaded by ceramic tiles or plastic flowers or second-hand or furniture or whatever, or some other suspicious things when the companies are being transferring unnatural combinations of goods. Like, for example, from Kiev Customs, a real example, there was like clothes, apparel, and the cutting circles. So basically it's really hard for me to imagine the business that will have this connection of the goods together. There are some links and connections between the companies, like for example some companies are only being processed by specific inspectors. Of course it is possible there are some positive cases in that, but analyzing the data here is very important and very useful. And also export and imports are very big ecosystems, and the state will not be able to do everything in those. So it's very very important for me, so that we have the open access to the customs information, of course, considering the confidential status and having the access for like Open Data Boat or some other applications or companies that will be building additional services around this open data sets and are going to make these processes more efficient. And the final thing that we believe is going to happen quite fastly on opening information, we are now providing a draft law on opening the depersonalized data on customs. We would like to open all of the information without violating commercial secrets, and we'd like to open all of the information that is possible. I'm really used to that, and I do believe that all of the people are used to that, that every negotiations in the tender council starts with asking to share a link that has everything. And for me, as the chief of many services, I never had more information than I had by that link, because everything is already being online, like the timestamps, the documents connected to every specific tender documentation. So everything that we have can be connected in one link. So, and of course, the situation at the customs, it's been a little bit psychologically depressive for me when every complaint, every discussion is started with like, I am company X, there is the red container somewhere over there, the number of declaration is this and that, but then we've changed it to like that, and then now we're trying to identify where it is now. So yes, of course, for me, I would like to get to the same situation that we had before, when we have link for every specific export-import operation, when all of the documents are being uploaded to that, and everyone has their level of access to that. The civil society has one level of access, then the executive services have a different one, the employees of our services have a different level of access. And of course, we would like to be like open data, like JSONs, they're not really interested only for data analysts. So of course, we have to build specific modules that are going to analyze the data, and then we're going to translate it from data to useful information that might be used for businesses.
We've done it not only in the acquirement and procurement with the support of lots of donors and lots of organizations. With the same we've done in the Ministry of Economy. We opened the data on all of the sales within Prozoro sales in the projects about the information on the public companies and state companies. Of course, we'd like to go on with this process at the Customs Office. So if I understood right, at the next Open Data Forum, we'll be speaking about the open data of the customs, right? Well, I don't know whether all the data can be open, because, of course, we don't say about the depersonified data and about the names of the companies, because they will be hidden, but still, I'd like the information system of the customs, which is rather good, especially taking into consideration the staff and financial restrictions. My colleagues have created a huge foundation which we need to create and to develop and to construct even more. We also have the open part of this information, and everyone should have access to it. So the question is how to construct the normal system of the work with complaints and CRM on those complaints, to share information with the colleagues, for instance, with the Ministry of Infrastructure and the Ukrainian Railway. We are also working on the mechanism when the data will be automatically uploaded from the information system for the customs. So this is not just the open data for the sake of the open data. It will speed up the processing and the info about a certain train for about an hour and a half, and it's a lot within the economy. An hour and a half quicker for each train can sum up to dozens of thousands of man hours and the capabilities of business and so on. So we've got lots of tasks ahead of us, lots of successes which can be quick wins, and lots of global projects like joining NCTS, the Directive on the Common Transit, which was this year voted by the Parliament, by Verkhovna Rada. So I think next year we'll have lots of work to be integrated fully into the so-called customs visa-free regimen. Well, you're in the beginning of this way, but here we have the whole community of open data, and nothing is possible without the community, because Dozoro was playing the huge role when Prozoro was being created, and now they use the open data to create something. What would you ask our community? How can they help you in your reforms of the new customs office? Well, first of all, come to the contests and competitions. We've got lots of vacancies, and especially the ones which are connected with the software development. They have the rather good wages and salaries. You will like the remuneration conditions. So, as of the external support, we'd like to see requests for certain precise products or information. We should open not just within 100 terabyte of data, please try to dig up something, but at least requests for certain specific APIs or data sets or any specific options for cooperation. From my behalf, I can guarantee that digital first and open first are not just words. I'm totally sure that all the information which the state has is not the information of the state authorities, is the information which belongs to the citizens of Ukraine. It needs to be open in the most convenient and, if it's possible, free way, or maybe with some minimum payment for that, to be transformed into precise products which improve the lives of the citizens. So come with your demand, and the customs office will definitely satisfy your demand. You heard it, right? If you have any precise or specific proposals about certain data sets, about the customs work, and your proposals and suggestions are on the depersonified data, so please come to Max. He is here and he will listen to you. I'm happy to hear that. But I'll come to our last speaker, Oleksiy. It's really pleasant for me to sit here because I like to listen to the promises of state officials. I'm listening to the promises all the time, but still I'm happy that Oleksiy here at this panel is representing the most famous startup of open data, Open Data Bot. And in fact, as a business, he's totally expressing his opinion and feedback which open data should become even more open. But we can promise whatever we can from the ministry and so on. But I'd like to ask Oleksiy, what do you think? How can the state help you? Because maybe we think that we know, and Oleksiy Vyskup maybe thinks he knows how to help. But still, we need to understand that the business can have different needs. So what do you think? How can the state help you at this very moment? Thank you so much. I've got lots of things to mention, so I'll try to be very quick, and that is why I will speak Russian. What is economy of data for me? It's when the city publishes the data about the trips which are anonymized and grouped according to the unified e-ticket. The cell phone operator publishes aggregated anonymous data about people moving, and the scientists and startups, the business, analyze that, and the city gains the understanding how to optimize its transport infrastructure and public transport. The startups and business understand where there are opportunities for the transport companies. And here where we wake up, because our reality is totally different. A week ago, the State Court Administration wrote to us the information about the court files, this is the provision of the Decree 835, does not exist. That is why we cannot just get it. Or the State Tax Administration for 3 years is answering that the registration address of the private sole entrepreneur is the personal information. So the Ministry of Justice publishes this information information for 3 years on a weekly basis and now even on a daily basis, and then we have an answer that this is a personal information and it will never be published and they will never improve the data in this way. So it turns out that in this bad nightmare we have one good piece of news. More than 500,000 of people who are in Open Data Bot are waiting for this data and want to work with that. So I think that up till the end of the year there will be 1 million of us. So in fact open data is what unites people, the business, with the state, which gives us an opportunity to be together with the state. And whatever the state needs is to improve the data, and whatever the business needs, as the minister mentioned, the new projects can be done by the entrepreneurs only, to create new projects and to improve the older ones. So what can we do in the open data in Ukraine? First of all, we need to speak the common language. If we take the person from the left part of the hall or from the right part of the hall and ask about the second line of the second provision of the Decree 835, and this is the principle of the open data, which is openness by default, the person from the left part and from the right part will tell totally different points what that means. And I will tell you even the third option, because for me this is the publication of all the information except personal. So it turns out, just think, what can be the personal information in the address of the retail point of alcohol sales? There is no information, but we cannot get that. And because of that, you cannot understand whether this bar is scary or they just are not licensed for the retail of alcohol sales. We just don't have the address, we just have the company which owns this license. But how much retail points it has, we don't know. So it is enough, I think, that we need to write it down in the Decree 835 that openness by default is the full publication of the data except personal data. The distributor has to argument the exclusion of the data for the publication. That is, to give the presumption for the publication. When we do that and begin to communicate with the common language, we will have the common understanding what is the openness by default, what is inclusiveness, interoperability. We need to have some other levels of cooperation. Today, here we have from each ministry, a person from each ministry. I've seen them. This person could spend this day to get all the info from all of the projects with the open data, their remarks we are having. Each project has already prepared them, sent them out as the requests of the public information, and got what we're usually getting. After processing it in a week, it seems to me that this person, and in fact this is the CDO whom we were mentioning in the morning, they can create the roadmap of open data for each ministry, where it will be mentioned this register will never be published because we don't have it, don't even wait for it, or this register will be published in half a year with such data set, or this register is already published. We have 3 stars, everything is cool. So when we just do these 2 simple things, in a year we won't be ashamed to sit here in this hall. By the way, I totally agree with you that we need to be trained how to speak with the common language, because even among these people, the panel discussion, we have the different understanding. What is the openness by default? So, Alexei, in your opinion, top 3 data sets which should be open for the next government, what should he speak about? We are waiting for the data from the Customs Office, of course, and we have 4 drivers of data: Ministry of Justice, the Tax Service, the Court Administration, the Ministry of Infrastructure. They all have something to improve. So this should be 4 roadmaps where all of us would know what we should expect for there. Okay, would you like to answer? Okay, up till the end of October, we'll give you this roadmap. Perfect, we have some of the suggestions. Such a productive panel we have. So, in fact, this is the end of me questioning them. Now we've got couple of minutes left, and we have an opportunity to listen to 2 questions at least. Who wants to ask a question? Would you raise your hand for me to see you? We've got 2 mics. Do we have questions? Could you give the mic, please? Yes, to this man. Would you introduce yourself for sure? Yes, hello. My name is Volkov Volodymyr. I'm the head of the enterprise SPAS-SB, the certified company of Huawei. I have the question to the customs. In 1992, I began having a separate customs post at Kyiv River station. It was the post with the raw material. The brokers were really respected. The Americans came to us and they suggested a very simple model for the customs officers. Let the brokers have relationship with the business and you should follow the brokers. And at this stage, this cooperation of the business and the state, for about 4 or 5 times it was not working at the customs office. So now, would the broker service achieve some format of the world level? Thank you. Well, this question is not about open data. I will definitely speak with you later, but I can say that we have a unique situation now when the brokers and the guarantees which are working for the customs and help the customs to protect them from the unfair counteragents, they are working here against the customs office and they are helping those counteragents to work with customs office. Yes, I'm really interested to change this situation, but let us speak behind the whole. Yes, this is the cool question, but it's not about the open data. So one question should be about the open data, please. Oh, whom should I choose? Is it about the open data? If it is, let's give him the mic. Good day. The question is to the Ministry of Infrastructure. There is the project of Mobilari. We're shooting 360 like Google, but still open data. Does the Ministry of Infrastructure ready to take a similar project? Is it a suggestion, a proposal, or just a question? Because the propositions should be discussed not here, in fact. Well, in fact, yes, I know this technology. Look, the Ministry of Infrastructure is ready to involve any technologies which allow to improve the performance of our functions and the quality of any logistical and transport services. In any case, but as for the precise technologies, I can't mention any of them because, first of all, we have the transparent procurement system in the state. So any contractor who performs any and provides any services, it should be defined but a bit of a different procedure. But from the point of view of your technology, I agree, it's really of high quality. Okay, then I think I'll give an opportunity to have the last question now. I am so generous, but about the open data only. Still, I don't hear much about the open data. Here is the hand. I can see it. And after that, we'll finalize and begin the next panel discussion then. Hello everyone, my name is Alexander. I'm dealing with the development of city-scale project, and I have the question about one of the data sets which was mentioned in the Decree 835, and you mentioned about the world rating of openness. So this data set refers to the 5 top priorities according to the Charter of Open Data. The data set which has to be published by the state. I mean the state land cadastre, the land registers. So, for the next edition of Decree 835, everything was okay. We had some of the data from the state land cadastre in the Decree 835, but in the new edition they were totally changed and they were transformed into the public cadastre map. So when shall we change or correct this situation? And when will these data set be open? I think this is the question for Oleksiy, and it's very relevant for the new government. Well, why they vanished from the decree, I tried to answer when I was speaking in the beginning, because yes, the process of the decree approval was a real hell. 200 pages of remarks, and behind each of the remark there is an authority, a state authority, which is very harsh because it wants to take into consideration each remark. Otherwise, we cannot make it into consideration of the government. Yesterday, I listened to the speech of the new Minister of Economy, Mr. Milovanov, in the TV show, and it seems to me he mentioned for about 20 times about the openness of the state land cadastre and about the plans to open it for 100%. I can only approve that in the new edition of the Decree 835 we'll get all of those provisions back and all those clauses back. And I think that this year it's totally possible. Yes, I can add, in fact, that this situation, well, I know about this situation while I was working in the Ministry of Economy, and I gave all of that information to my followers, because the land cadastre came to the Ministry of Economy, and we definitely have some chances for the victory. I thank my panelists that we were told about the plans, that we had lots of promises. Let us remember those promises, and thank you so much. And in a couple of minutes we'll have the next panel discussion. Thank you. Okay, dear friends, a round of applause. That was the panel discussion, the future of the economy of data in Ukraine. I'd like to express huge gratitude to our speakers and moderator of this panel discussion. And I'd like to say that every time when I'm looking at Maxim Nefedov, I remember American rock band ZZ Top. He has the same type of beard. Well, there is the lack of sunglasses, but what that means for me as the fan of music, when the head of the customs office looks like a rock star, it means that this person will add some rock and roll to this state authority.
And I already see that you're already a bit tired, but we have to continue. So once again, I would like to draw your attention to our social media, because while you were listening to our speakers, I've decided to check out whether you're really responsible, in my address to publish posts, to use the hashtag ODForum. And I was shocked. I have to say that you were very effective in doing that, because right now, by the ODForum hashtag, we can find one photo in Instagram. That's very cool. I think you're underworking. So in Facebook, on ODForum hashtag, we can find 6 posts now, but actually I believe if you will continue and posting like that, we will never build the data-driven economy in Ukraine. So let us post more frequently. But dear friends, we will continue, and I would like to once again remind you are at Open Data Forum 2019, and I was at one very interesting information that I have seen in the network quite recently. We had the results that have been published, the results of the first world rate on AI. There was the result that the government Artificial Intelligence Readiness Index, and this rate, it evaluates the readiness of the governments all over the world to introduce and to start to implement the technologies of artificial intelligence into life. So among 194 countries that were assessed and evaluated, Ukraine is at point 63, which is not really surprising. Well, for me personally, that's not that bad. But I was really interested in this first top 5. Singapore is number 1, and there's no questions to that. The second position has the United Kingdom, and it's quite clear also. Germany is number 3. USA is number 4, and number 5 is Finland. So for me, that was very surprising. So it was kind of informational shock for me.
From our audience, just please raise your hands, and the lady will approach you with a microphone. So, let this party started, right? Richard, I have a question to you. Do you like our Ukrainian Indian summer?
It's wonderful.
Awesome, awesome. So, as before was said, the Oxford Insights has launched the project of measuring and evaluating the readiness of the governments all over the world to implement AI. And my question is going to be, why countries all over the world and the global community has decided to proclaim AI as their priority for the long-term perspective? Maybe it is the next wave of hype around the AI and nothing else will happen.
So I think countries are prioritizing investment in AI because of the strong economic potential and the fact that it's a technology that transforms almost every sector. Like, over the last 20 years, we've been creating and capturing huge amounts of data. AI is the thing that turns that into insights, into transactional improvements, improved quality of service, reduces the cost of delivery. You know, you heard from a previous speaker that the possible benefits worldwide are about $3 trillion. Like, every country wants to have a bit of that. They want to see that in their own sectors, and they want to be the country supplying those types of services worldwide.
All right, and just a question that popped up in my head. Is it true that ultimately the world will be divided into two categories? Those who produce AI solutions and the leaders and the runners of this sector, and those who just supply the data?
So I think it's fair to think that there are a few AI clusters around the world that are going to do really well. And produce the types of companies that are going to be transformative in future. And that's sort of like a hit rate type thing. So there's a cluster around Silicon Valley, there's a cluster in Europe, there's a cluster in China, there's a cluster sort of from here up to Moscow. So those clusters are going to be the people which are developing the systems. Everybody else is going to have data in their economy, which will be able to harness. They'll be able to harness that data to improve their services. So they'll still see benefits, but they might not be producers to the same extent.
As you have mentioned different clusters and the Chinese example by itself, could you please reflect on the Chinese phenomena? Basically, in the rank, China doesn't take a high score, right? But however, we'll know that Chinese are leading in implementing AI, particularly in the public sector, right?
So as we put in the report, like the ranking of China on the readiness index didn't it didn't feel quite right. And the reason why that is the difference between sort of how easy they will find it and the amount of effort that they're putting in. Like, China has made AI one of the top priorities in the country. They are out investing everybody else in terms of building the technology and the systems. There are more PhDs being created in data science and AI in China than there are in almost any other country. If you look at the academic papers that they're producing, they're out-publishing everybody else. Like, they're really going for it. And they're going for it with the benefit of a state that's able to provide single-minded focus, that has clear strategic priority, and has a deep integration between some of the leading companies and research labs and the state. So whilst they may not be doing as well on some of the indicators we look at, like their open data or other factors, they're really, really, really prioritizing this, and they have great strategic alignment across the economy.
Great. And if we're speaking about the global leaders, it more or less, makes sense that they are pursuing the AI development. But if we take, for example, Ukraine and Ukraine economy, how do you think, should we proceed with the development of the national strategy on AI? Your comments?
So if I was to look at the national strategy just for Ukraine, then I would be focusing on two things. One is trying to make sure that the great technical leadership that there is in Ukraine is starting to provide export services or providing export support to those AI companies that are being created in Ukraine. The second is to look at AI adoption across the economy. So try and make Ukrainian businesses the leaders in harnessing the benefits from AI and machine learning in delivery of wonderful services around the world, because that will be the thing that will produce the biggest economic return.
Right. And as far as I remember, one of the countries of those who has produced these national strategies, like France, they have proclaimed a couple of domains that are the priority for them to implement AI, like medicine, for example. In terms that you have mentioned above, in Ukraine, maybe you can advise us what could be the domains according to our talent pool and technical readiness that would be, beneficial the most.
So with all the caveats of, I'm sat on a panel, I really want to have several months worth of research to be able to answer that question properly. There are a couple of areas where technology is just on a tipping point and is going to transform an industry. One of them is agri-tech, and the mechanization and optimization of agriculture. Ukraine is fantastic at that. You have 12% of the world's production of certain cereals. Harnessing the benefits of agri-tech and machine learning, increase the productivity there, have a big dividend. And it's one of those fields which is new enough that you can get first or second mover advantage.
Okay, sounds very optimistic. Thank you so much. So guys, those who are from the AgTech clusters or the project, just keep it in mind that agri-tech will just pop up in the nearest period. Thank you so much. And now I would like to give a floor to our gorgeous Oksana Albi, a lady who is balancing our gender panel over there. Oksana, you have a really extensive experience in the cross-collaboration projects between academia, industry, government in terms of AI in Ireland. Could you please share with us the most successful case of implementation of AI in the government sector?
So in Ireland, there are many projects that happen between academia, government, and industry. And the first project that comes to mind is a recent project for Smart City. There is a pilot with Smart Stadium Dublin where the cameras from companies like Microsoft and Intel and technologies from Microsoft and Intel help to capture the images, and then universities analyze the images in terms of movements of crowd, in terms of security, and this data is being used later for the bigger projects in Smart City Dublin for analyzing movement of the crowd and security of the crowd. Also, Dublin City Council is supporting multiple initiatives that are collaborations between government, academia, and industry as well. For example, there is a driverless bus that is available at the moment in Dublin. We have an area where we have a bus that drives without a driver. So it's an application of artificial intelligence, and also there is a lot of data analytics involved in that. For the data analytics, we have 17 data centers, and they are very different in terms of what kind of data analytics, predictive analytics, more technology-oriented, what kind of focus, medical or marine or government. And there is specifically open data part that is available. There is an open data portal with 8,800 sets that had been qualified because it is important to have quality data when we have quality data sets. For the different data analytics centers, there are various models, and I believe that for Ukraine it would be good to explore the models that had been used in Ireland for different data analytics research and innovation centers to choose models that could be the most useful for open data in Ukraine.
And may I clarify, particularly the implementation of AI in the governmental sector, how it has affected the government performance? Because we are here thinking about how to implement it into the governmental reality. Would it be very effective in minimizing costs or whatever? So could you share the experience of the KPI Rich?
So there are projects that are at the national level. Of course, Ireland is not such a large country as Ukraine, but there are important moments. For example, flooding system is a big problem in Ireland because of the weather and the rains. So at the national level, the sensors and collaboration between government and industry and academia help to avoid disasters and save lives, that there would be more predictive movement of people and there would be disasters avoided. Implementation of AI in government, maybe with the organization of the government structure and collaborative organizations between government and industry. Like one of the most efficient organizations in Ireland is Enterprise Ireland, and it started helping startups, but now they have a lot of members, one of the biggest organizations in Ireland to help bringing innovation. Because government of Ireland in 2007 put focus on innovation to make Ireland an innovation nation. So this focus on innovation brought multinationals. We have headquarters from Google, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft in Dublin, and it happened through lowering taxes. So government was analyzing data, how to attract multinationals, how to attract talent to the country, and came up with a very good scheme of promoting R&D, promoting bringing talent to the country. Also, Technology Transfer Office helps to bring innovative solutions from the academia and industry to government as well. We have another organization, IDA, that helps to bring investments to Ireland. And of course, all these initiatives, they wouldn't happen without the data analytics and collaboration.
Sure. Fantastic. So we hope that probably you will help to scale this awesome experience from Ireland to Ukraine, and maybe that will help us to integrate the AI more faster. Okay, and now I would like, yes, to proceed to Volodymyr. Volodymyr, I know that you have been working on implementation of the electronic services for quite a long period. And could you please tell us, should we implement AI as a service principle to deliver better services to the public sector at a lower cost or not?
Дякую. Попередня панель
Thank you. At the previous panel, if you haven't heard the state officials, here we had only one person who wasn't a state official. At this panel, I'm the only state official. So I'll be speaking Ukrainian then, as I'm a state official. Whether Ukraine should deal with the AI in the public services, in the development of public administration. In my opinion, I totally agree with our keynote speaker. Artificial intelligence is one of the technologies, like blockchain. So to trust hype too much, well, we shouldn't do that. It's one of the ways to optimize the process with the innovative technologies. So it's based on the open data availability. If you've got a big volume of the structured machine-readable data, you can do that. But if you don't have it, you cannot do that. So if we speak about the implementation of AI into the services of Ukraine, I mean both e-services and the services which are analytical or modules, which were mentioned in the previous panel, yes, we can do that, and it's definitely. If we don't do that, other countries will do that, and they will have competitive advantages. They will have more insights, which were data-driven, and they will get some of the economic benefits. Ukraine won't get it. So, in my opinion, this is not the question. Yes, we need to do that. We need to implement it, and Ukraine has a very cool IT community, which is already working in this sphere. And at this panel, we've got the colleagues who will tell about that in more details. But in my opinion, the main question which we need to ask me as a state official, how can the state facilitate, how can the state help business in this process? Because of course the state won't do something instead of business. The state is never that efficient as the business in the open solutions. So what can the state do in this sphere? I hope that we will dwell upon that in more details.
Further.
Дякую. Якщо говорити, як ви...
Well, thank you. If we speak how the state can help the business to develop AI in Ukraine, to help to create high-quality services, the answer is very simple. It includes two components. What's the role of the state? First of all, is the overcoming of the digital gap. If you have used the speech translation of the texts or the identification of speech to text or text to speech, you faced, or the chatbot, you faced the situations. What's working for English and German, it is perfect. For Ukrainian, it's either working in a bad way or more or less in the best case scenario. So YouTube translates in subtitles for the English video automatically, well, not that perfectly, but still, and it doesn't do anything for Ukrainian. If you want to create the chatbot which analyzes the text and answers something, you will be able to do that in English for some of the industrial platforms, but for Ukrainian as a business you need to invest money to hire the company, so the Ukrainian language does not have any ready solutions. The state can invest into this sphere and to develop a model in Ukrainian, to make it public, and then to have open API or the generation of speech. One more block is the development of digital skills. If Ukraine has the lack of experts in digital, data science and AI and machine learning and other spheres, maybe the state could invest into this sphere and to help to create those exports. Because of course this is the highly paid position, the highly paid work, and this is the business with higher added value. So that is why the state should be interested to invest into this sphere. And the third block is when we speak about the access to the infrastructure. This is the expansion of internet, because for Ukraine it is a huge issue. There are some of the districts which are totally not connected to online. There are lots of mobile operators and internet problems. If you used our trains, you know that. And this is the block of lessons learned. And the second block, why we gain here, because it's written open data, there The state has terabytes of data which we need to make open, because business will create services, then sells the services, gets money, and Ukraine will get benefit. This is in a nutshell. I don't think that the state should interfere into anything else, because those two points are more than enough.
You've mentioned such a prerequisite from the governmental sides of the development of AI as open data and the internet access. How about the legislation? I mean, there are debates and deep discussions all over the world about the ethical issues, like would the AI respect the human rights, how to deal with those cases, what should prevail, like human-centered approach or AI-centered approach, intellectual property rights. Should government pay a lot of attention to the legislation block?
Well, the question of ethical character of the use of AI, it's obvious that the problem should be regulated by the state. If in a couple of years we have the service which automatically, according to some trained model, will take a decision whether you should have a support after childbirth or not, potentially, it can create certain problems and issues. When the solutions to provide something for a person are not providing, when this decision is taken by some model, which is not clear how it's functioning, maybe it is created according to the neural networks, nobody knows the quality. So the state needs to foresee certain guidelines, certain restrictions, which would help to use the technologies ethically without violating the human rights. And Europe substantially got the approach to this issue. The creation, as our keynote speaker said, the guidelines in the ethical use of the AI, which you can trust. But in my opinion, it is important to have a certain balance, because one of the points of the ethical use of AI in Europe is its explainability, the ability to explain why this model took this or that decision. On the one hand, it is understandable, it's cool, we need to understand why so and why not so, maybe to complain about it, but on the other hand, it excludes the whole class of machine learning, I mean deep learning, with their use in the public sphere, and potentially it decreases the efficiency of these models, because this is what lots of services rely upon. So I consider that in spite of the ethical use of AI is very important, we shouldn't shoot in our own foot, and not to decrease the efficiency of the use of these technologies in the sphere. Because as it was already mentioned, those issues don't emerge in China, because they are not that debated and discussed in the US. So if we are into ethical issues, we can just miss another technological revolution and just to stay as a country which does not use all the opportunities. But it's obvious that we need some balance. I don't say that this topic is not important. We shouldn't be too excited with this issue.
One additional question and we'll proceed further. You told about the competitiveness and the opportunities that has our country, well, in comparison maybe to other global community. What are the competitive features of Ukraine in comparison to other countries that we can, invest to develop AI?
Питання, які
Well, the question of competitive advantages of Ukraine is totally understandable. Ukraine has a dynamic IT market, IT business which shows really good growth rates. We know lots of companies which are working at the market with the use of the machine learning technology and other technologies in the AI sphere. So it's obvious that the state needs to do everything for this market to be developed, not to leave for some other country, and to be developed here. The second issue is the human capital issue, whether the state can help this market giving the access to the high-quality experts who got high-quality education and still stayed in Ukraine after that. And the third direction of work, which maybe doesn't look that contradictive, it's a more dynamic state policy in this sphere, because communicating and analyzing the state policy of other countries, we'd say that it's not innovative. Lots of countries are repeating the same, they duplicating the experience of the others. Maybe thanks to the young and more dynamic government, we'll be able to have this window of opportunities, some innovative policies in this sphere, like the radical opening of the registers, or maybe the potentially opening of the depersonified medical data, the creation of the services according not only to the aggregated data, but real shots, millions of shots, which would help to make the service of early warning or early symptoms of that disease, of diagnostics. As any young country which doesn't have the huge luggage and legacy in this sphere, we have this window of opportunities to have the leap through several stairs. But of course the base is in other countries, and without that we won't have competitive advantages.
Side on the AI development issue. And now I would like to give a floor to Boris to know more about industry approach to this question. Boris, you have a really awesome track record from the business side. You have been the R&D head of R&D at Cyclone. Now you are the CTO at Scalar. Could you please reflect on how business should be involved, and should government involve business, or business sees that government should be a side of the process of the development of AI? What's your view on this?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So I think now I'm a business representative should open my list and start asking. Yeah. So I see a lot of people from government here, so I hope they will hear us. So I think I want to just add to Richard that why China is succeed, because they invest $1 billion in education. How they invest? They invite Californian professors, they pay them $1 million, and they educate local people. So who educate Ukrainians? How we can learn new technology with old teachers? So we have only one university, it's Lviv Catholic University, who invites speakers and professors all around the world. Now it's one of the most strongest big data science university in Ukraine. Unfortunately, I was a part of the discussion how to kick off the same education in Shevchenko Polytechnical University, and they do this, but much slower. Why? Because they're heavily regulated by the government. They have old rules, old procedures, no digital, everything on papers. To get approval, go to conference. I worked 5 years in university as a teacher, I know. So to go to the conference, I need to get, I don't know, like 3 months of approvals to present my scientific paper. How I can develop the science in this country? So I decided to go to business, right? So what now I need as a business? I need fresh talents, and that's heavily correlated with the educational system. So please don't invest into ethical issues of AI. Don't think, don't build the roadmaps, just educate students. That's so simple. Mathematician knowledge, statistical knowledge, good speakers, good programs, online courses, and that's all. Just let them learn and show them a road where they can work. Like show them my company, government company, that you will have good paid work in Ukraine. So that's one. Second, we need to prevent, so you mentioned that in Ireland, they decide to make innovation year, right? Or so what they did, they start attracting talents all around the world, because in Europe it's a high taxes, and if you're looking for a country to kick off your business, you will choose country with a lower tax, because you are on early stage. I'm a CTO of startup. I understand what is the costs at the beginning stage. So when you don't have money, you need people, and if you get the people and you need to pay huge taxes, you will never kick off. And we are a country who is kick-offing. You see our boost in IT. Why? Because of tax. What do next? Just build a strategy for next 10, 15 years, how to continue this exponential growth and convert outsourcing into the products, because that's a strategic. So you should see it with top 10 companies who doing outsourcing and offer them, hey guys, how about convert your business from giving away our talents into the building products in Ukraine, made in Ukraine stamped, right? So that's second. That's, I don't know who can gather all technical companies who doing business and convince them stop doing cheap outsourcing and start building million companies. So tomorrow I will be speaker at AI Ukraine. It's one of the strongest conference in the Ukraine now. It's foreigner speakers and at the morning, people of AI, people.ai startup, they just got new investment and it's fully Ukrainian company. They half of the unicorn. Do you know what is a unicorn? It's a half of the $1 billion cost. And they just got new investments. And 3 days ago, GitLab, it's a founded in Ukraine company. They evaluated as a $2.7 billion. How much money from this, and they doing business on top of data, and they sitting not in Ukraine. Ask question, why? Why they sitting in California and not in Ukraine? So we can do whatever we do, we can build AI, we can kick off bootstrap, but if talents decide choose not Ukraine to be landed and we don't feel protection, so you should, I don't know, our government should treat each startup who got round A evaluation somewhere in California as a gold and come to them and say, okay, for you, dear founder, we offer free office, free 5 years, no taxes for you. Became $1 billion company, and after that start paying good taxes and all of that. But it will be not hard. It will be easy because I have money. But if we will not create special community for doing products, with that. So we never will be. And why it's happened? That's in China. It's huge success because government invests billions of dollars into that, and actually their business heavily associated with government. So they have this party connections. We have different system. Our business fully isolated, so no need to connect heavily. But let's create some, I don't know, ecosystem. So come to Munich, come to Poland, Warsaw, take a look around. How easy you can take from airport to the center of the city and back. And take a look what's happening in, for example, it's easy. All IT guys want to switch from cars to electric cars to some electric bikes. It's energy, green energy. You start, I bought the electric scooter. I'm driving through the park. At the end of the road, I see Lariok. Please translate what does mean Lariok. And babushka, who sell from the ground. And I don't understand why she's standing there, because it's dangerous. I can kill her with my bike. And in this moment I think, okay, what I'm doing here, why I'm not in Spain? In Spain, this is a green road, everyone know, no step in, it's just highway for scooters. And every day I remember this road, because whole summer I drive through this road with a pleasure to the work, and now I come back to Ukraine and every day I feel the pain with Lariok. So government, please remove Lariok. It's not strategic, it's a technical.
We've got your message, Boris.
Okay, so, and
he means a kiosk, a stall.
Right?
Yeah.
So now, regarding the open data, that's true. So everything what we tell here, that we need to collect data and train on top of data. So government has this data from the metropolitan, from stadiums, from just let these startups, universities, students access this data through some contract and let them learn, train and build business. And I think this will be super beneficial for business, for government and for education, because we just don't have any open data, good data.
I think that Oksana wants to comment something on that.
I want to comment on the two things that you said would be positive to have in Ukraine. So in Ireland there is a Science Foundation Ireland organization, and it helps to support rotation of PhD students from universities to industry and help the new skills, new knowledge to progress the country. And the second thing you mentioned about industry driving what is needed for open data analysis, and one of the models for the data analytics and research centers that I mentioned, it is when industry dictates what is needed and government funds and oversees the projects that are collaboration between government, industry, and academia.
Yeah, and Max Nefedov previously told that we are looking for the request from the side of the industry, so I think we are moving the same way. And Richard, you also wanted to comment something, right?
I did.
Yep.
Just to pick up on the points that Boris was talking about, particularly around industry and supporting domestic industry. Like what you just described of Ukrainian companies then going to California and staying there is very similar to the story in, say, Malaysia, where you have unicorns that start in Penang next to the university that does great work. They then go to KL because they go for customers. Then they go to Singapore for the money. Like, this is a tale, but it means that the solution is not just like we need more coders. It's also that they need to be able to go to California for the money and maybe come back, or raise the money locally. Because you need talent, you need money, and you need investment, and you need customers, and you need to be able to source all of those things here. And when I talk about talent, it's not just coders, it's also social scientists or product people who can understand the technology enough to build.
Yeah.
And I know you understand that. It's very easy to sit in the audience and hear, we need more data scientists. It's not just data scientists. You also need the team that goes around them. So you have a multidisciplinary team that can bring AI products to market.
Yeah, the whole cycle of AI development technology. So if you don't mind, we'll keep the flow and give the floor to our audience. So probably some of you have a question, like one or two, to our honorable panelists. Please raise your hand. I cannot see them. Oh, our photograph has raised. No one. Awesome. Either everything was understood or nothing was understood. And maybe my final question to you, Boris. Every time when we talk to business and to industry, the first place is taking the tax relief. However, if we put aside the question of taxes, what other stimulus could be provided to business or to our ecosystem in order to produce and deliver the AI solutions?
So I think what we need for the train machine learning, deep learning, it's a hardware, right? And hardware costs money. So for the industry, first what I need to buy, it's expensive hardware, right? But students don't have money, and we even think about how to fund small labs for the students, for the learners. It's not huge cost, but government can easily build educational centers and sponsor with the hardware. Just provide the machine, provide a special environment when people can play with the data, right? So that's quick and easy to train, come to the lab, sit and train. So Google provides $300 for free for any students around the world just to know more about the platform and try deep learning and machine learning. So we can do this on a globe. If you're a Ukrainian student, you can get special access to train, build your startup, whatever. You have some limits, and this is for free. This is government support. Second, it's I can say special places like I work now, we're renting office in Unicity, and this is product of business. So business rent big territory and start building like California style office centers close to living houses and all together. And this is, I can say it's IT city. What's happening in IT city every morning when I buy coffee? I collaborate with people who are sitting in the city, and we create crazy ideas. We decide to make different forums, and that's a seed of a future, because we decide to collaborate, create something new, share ideas, and it's never happened if you're sitting in different offices all around the city. And I think we fully lack of special infrastructural projects. So nobody creates infrastructure for, I want to say for any citizen, but we need special isolated, I can say, these campuses or something. It could be in somewhere out of the city, but with a direct metro, like 20 minutes from Borispolska, somewhere in the wood, and you're coming to the campus of innovation. It should not be in the city, because in the city is a hell, or in any other city. So in Lviv as well, private business build this incubators. So I think these incubators is the future, because that's attract teenagers, it's attract new, because when you decide where to sit, you have different offices around the Kyiv, and you decide where you get more benefits, and more benefits you get from collaboration, from free perks. Like free perks, I mean free session, free connections, Skype calls with California. They invite good speakers, they tell what's happening in California. You can ask specific question what's happening in your business. So I think government should create these centers, like support or even provide some discounts for the companies who want to build this, because that's infrastructure. And, yeah, and I think
just short of a time.
And last thing. So I think we need to provide digitalization, because all IT guys want work according to API. They want to see transparency. And if we do something jointly, like business and government, we should have transparent API, some Google Doc where we put the roadmap, and we paying for that through the tax, and you reporting to us. Say, we implement this, this, and this. It should be really transparent collaboration. And in this way, we can pay up to whatever. It's not a question of the percentage.
Yeah, so just to sum up, basically the open data, education, infrastructure, and the talent pool by itself, that's our prerequisites of doing good for AI development. Thank you that you have come to our panel, and I think that this is a time for a lunch. I wish you a really good time on this forum, and thank you so much for coming.
Yes, thank you, dear friends. So a round of applause for you. That's the right. We have now a very short lunch break, 15 minutes overall. When I'm looking at the room, that I see a couple of dozens hungry people. You can now use this for lunch. Just remember, you have 50 minutes. Come back to this room at around 2 o'clock. At around 2 o'clock, and we'll continue. Then we have 2 more panel discussions, and later on, after the panel discussions, we will have 2 award ceremonies, a small one and a big one. But after that, we have the after party. We'll have some alcohol there, music there. So friends, all the best for you. Thank you very much for being so patient, and thank you very much for Okay, great. So, dear friends, once again, for everyone who joined us now, I would like to welcome all of you here, dear guests. We're pleased to welcome you at Open Data Forum 2019. I do hope that everything was all right during the lunch break. I do hope that you've managed to do everything you've planned. I'm pleased to welcome you once again here. After that, when we will come to the next part of the discussion, I would like to invite the people who will give us the results on updating and opening data in Ukraine, the manager of the project for afterward the corruption, Ksenia Archipska, and please welcome Katarina Onyelioglu, the head of the Open Data, the direction for the TAPAS project. So please welcome. So okay, I will just also make a selfie with you together. So let us make a selfie together. I do believe that's going to be cool. I think it's going to be very cool, good thing to do. So round of applause to the audience. So okay, that's great. It's going to be a really cool event now. Good day. Thank you once again. I came back here to the stage. You know, I cannot give the floor to other people. I have to come back. But actually, today with Olesa, we would like to present you some of the findings, some of the results that we have been working really hard for the last month and a half. And maybe you remember that there was an updated decree with 8375 was published, and there was one another good point appearing in there. It was called the methodology of evaluation of development, the open data for the public authorities. And the first year we have, for the first year now, we have tried to use this methodology. I'm trying to understand what is going on in our public institutions with the question of that data opening. And I do believe that she's going now, Olesa is going to tell us briefly on methodology, that this methodology has five main points that are being based on the International Charter of Open Data. There are a couple of points connected to each of it, like the quality of the open data. Then there is the issues about how the institutions are printing or publishing the open data. And this is the question of what the owners should have done. They should have answered the question that have been provided to them by the questionnaire. But we do understand that this is for the very first time has been executed, so not all of people know how to fulfill these cards in the right way. Then the other point that we also understand that those answers should be checked, they should be also clarified, we should see that they're trustworthy, and then we have to check it all. So we just have to understand that together with Olesa and her team, we have did a lot of things against corruption, and we had this good evaluation. I want to make a warning to my colleagues in this room that I do believe that this is still a preliminary result. So if you believe that you're in top, then it's not really obligatory for you to post about that in Facebook. After that, you will be able, when we'll have the final result, you will be then able to post it to your colleagues in Facebook. What I want also to say, there are a lot of experts in different fields, and they know some of the data owners better than anyone others. So when we are going to give you the results, you can check the evaluation, you can check how it's been done, and you can see how we calculated the points. And you might think, like, if you believe that it might not be happening, then please, if you will see some mistakes or you think that something has to be clarified, then please give us the feedback, write to us. We have to be sure that the results of this evaluation are 100% trustworthy, and we can say perfectly that these institutions are the top, they are the leaders, and these have to work more. So currently, at this moment, we would like to show you the results. First of all, I would like to ask Lesa, because how many institutions participated in this survey from the central authorities? 47 cards have been fulfilled, informational cards have been fulfilled overall, and the central authorities, that was, well, the central authorities and the owners, the executors of the data. So this is basically something that we worked. Only 47. Even though some of the other people should have sent it, also some institutions have sent it, but also it's a part of our preliminary analysis. Currently, in our preliminary analysis, there was 67 governmental institutions that we should calculate. So we either put them zeros, or there was additional information that some of the authorities, they were newly created, so basically they were not able to prepare these data sets, and of course they were not able to upload it to the unified state web portal of the open data. Thus we also have the links to the structures, but currently we have what we have. So basically this is something to continue what Katarina has said. I would like to say it's not only TAPAS and the project Together Against Corruption. We have already did it together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And what is also interesting, yes, you will see the preliminary evaluation. It might be an indicator for you, first of all, not to lose this leadership and leading position, and for the other organization, if you haven't provided us with the information, and if you're ready to update the information, that you can still keep up with this rate. And maybe you will move some from the other side, so the competition and the struggle continues. Okay, Lisa, can you please tell us, there's a lot of central institutions, there has a lot of data sets, and there are some that have a little number of data sets. How did you manage this? That's a very interesting question, but the main criteria for us was to evaluate the unique data sets. And there was a very important thing, that was the list of the obligatory published data sets that are interesting for the civil society, for businesses, for state interest. And as Oleg Biskup said, there was hell when there was the recognition of this data set, and we have this double approval. There was 300 and then 900 of data sets that should be published at first. So the most important thing was whether the unique data sets were published or no. And the importance was that it would be only owned by the specific executor, by the specific owner, and that would bear the significance to the people. There was like the main data sets that should have been published, and I would like to say that the picture there is very bad, because the main executives, I do believe that they didn't really care about it. They don't really care about focusing their attention to doing it in the right way. Thank you. Okay, so I will not keep you waiting. I will not keep you waiting. I do not remember how. Okay, so we will not keep you waiting for this results for a long time. So, Lisa, please tell us about the leading organization, about the outsiders. What does it mean to all of us? What does it mean for all of these ministries and the representatives of public sector? What they did so good to be the leaders. So, okay, the first slide that you see, this is the categories of, let us say, the heavyweighters. The heavyweighters, why they are the heavyweighters? Because out of those unique data sets, we've just classified it, we have rated it, and we have seen there's like up to 90 data sets was like by the National Bank. They should have published it, and there's some of the public institutions that should have just published one data set. So we worked on the average, and we've started to do 14 plus unique data sets that should be published. And according to that, we have 21 heavyweighters, the one that should have published 14 data sets at least. And out of that, heavyweighters, you see the leaders. And I would like to say that according to the methodology up to these 5 main directions that Katarina has mentioned, the overall point is the point of all of the points that you have received according to all of the 5 main categories. So you see there's leaders on the left, and as also we couldn't just think about not mentioning the outsiders, but the thing was a very big discussion that's whether we can treat these organizations as outsiders even though they have provided us with the information card, or those organizations who didn't provide us with informational card should be counted as outsiders. But according to our methodology, we should have still reflected on the people who are are still lagging behind on publishing the open data. And I'm really pity for me to say, it's really sad for me to say that here among the outsiders we have the National Bank of Ukraine. This is the institution that should have published the biggest amount of the data sets. But what is the most important thing? They do not publish it on the unified portal of open data. And that is the main problem for this institution, that it hasn't been done. But according to the decree, the open data sets, they should be published at one unified data portal. Yes, another point that I wanted to add also, that we have thought about it at first, that what is the difference where you publish your open data? We have different resources, at what portal, at what site, it doesn't really matter. What can I say on this? The national portal of open data is a single window, even one window, and the user has to be able to find the data easily. They should not browse of like thousands different websites of different city councils and the different institutions, and the portal has been created so that people could easily find the data sets and use those. And when the institutions shows it at the site, then their side, it means that there's a lack of access and the lack of search, and they can actually then combine it to the data sets that are the national portal of data. So we would like to once again ask those institutions to publish your data sets at your national portal of open data, not only because this is the most used open data resource in Ukraine, so please do that. And one another point that I wanted to outline, because what we have also noticed during this analysis, that the Ministry of Energy, the State Taxation Services, the Ministry of Justice, they publish the data sets that are really now demanded by the citizens of Ukraine. And it's very good that those ministries, okay, let us say they're not ideal, and I'm really careful always in doing that.
And I'm trying to be diplomatic about that, but they really do whatever they can, and in fact it's really nice to see such cool results. Let's go on, and we have the distributors with fewer than 14 datasets. Yes, again, top leaders and outsiders for the transparency, which have to publish 1 to 13 datasets, among which you can also see the winners and the outsiders, and in fact we have the same situation, but a bit, well, catching up with Catherine, the value is not for us to catch up with the number of published data sets, because really, for today, at the Unified State Web Portal, we have the interface which allows in real time to see whether 100% of data sets we have published according to the decree of the Cabinet of Ministers or not. So we have the mechanism. The value is a different one. The value is for us to have a high quality data sets. But about that a bit later. Yeah, thanks. I'm really happy to see the State Regulatory Service, because this is the first authority this year which began to use the standards and to encourage other regulatory services of Ukraine to publish the sets in that way, in this format. So I'm really happy to see this authority. Let's go on. The next ones are about the cities, right? Oh, the region centers. So for the first estimation, we didn't want to look at too many bigger number of cities, because for the first assessment, we wanted to focus on the region centers. Olesya, tell us. Yes, it was also a very interesting practice. The only thing we missed, a very important remark, for the central authority is they have a different winner, and that is the Ministry of Digital Transformation. But we took a decision that it wouldn't be ethical from our perspective as a team to make them a leader, because it's of course understandable that the authority which implemented and now shapes and forms and implements the policy in the open data sphere is not an appropriate thing, is not a decent thing, and it would be weird if they didn't take the first place. So yes, it's weird in any way. As for the region centers, we're really grateful because we had 16 information cards applied. We took the gradation of 23 region centers, so maybe I shouldn't even tell why. Everybody knows about the situation with occupation and so on. So now we have 23 region centers, 16 gave us responses, and in fact it's really pleasant because we have a very interesting situation with Khmelnytsky, because speaking about the culture of relevance and timeliness of the data sets and the periodical character and the relevance and timeliness of the information, in fact, the authorities, the state authorities and the powers sent us more of this information, and Khmelnytsky, in fact, was the region center which sent us the full card just in the very last moment. So we more or less had some of the preliminary results, and suddenly we were so amazed by the quality of this information card field. It's really important criterion, because the same problem was in the state authorities. Unfortunately, dear colleagues, you don't know how to fill up the information card, because lots of information which we got from the external side, and Tapas helped us a lot in these consultations, we didn't see that information in your information cards, though the decree claims for sure to provide the links or the scanned copies of the documents if you refer to them. And of course it also impacted the assessment, the score. So we do greet Khmelnytsky, and we of course wish you to have this leadership further on. Well, I don't want to speak about the information cards that much, honestly speaking, but the cities we've showed in the top are the cities which in fact have a cool policy, they have the developed strategy, precise and particular one. They are joining international initiatives, they publish nice sets, they involve the users and engage them. This is the huge specter of what the city should do to be on top of this rating. And altogether, we'd like to again appeal for you, because I know that there are lots of cities in Ukraine. You don't need to invent a wheel in your activities about open data. Just look at the other cities. They have a very similar approach between each other, and they do it in a cool way. So please follow the steps of the cities which are already in the top. And what else I wanted to mention now and to add? Well, we are a bit late with the schedule. Now we should have our next panel discussion now. That is why I'd like to make a call to action. Please come to the website of this estimation, evaluation, and follow the results, because we can speak hours by hours and we still won't have enough time to discuss all of that. But we'd like, first of all, look at the results. Look why you got such results if you are from the state authority. If you know and you're from the civil society, give us a feedback about that. That is task number one. The task number two, give us the feedback to finalize those results, and finally in several weeks we can announce the final top. We would be happy to hear from you anything about those assessment and evaluation and to get the feedback. Maybe you'd like to add anything. Yes, I'll add a bit. What I was really amazed by, they're not using the resources which are already available. When you're writing and giving the info about the training and tuition, not a single one mentioned the interactive resource about the open data training, which is just posted at the unified state web portal. It is weird, it is strange, because there were state authorities which never mentioned anything in the training. So whatever is affordable, applicable, you can just use it, you can utilize it. And you know, finally, I really liked one of the cases which was totally different from all the others. That is Lviv. It was in the rating. And from the different perspective, they began to use for their data sets to form their policy, and then basing upon the analysis, of the open data sets. They began to use the data sets of the third parties. Those are business structures, cell phone operators, to create and to understand the transport infrastructure, the movement of the transport. And it was really a different approach. If you look at the gradation, and you would look at the gradation of all the 5 criteria, please pay attention to one more difference in the figures, in the overall figures, and you will see what's the crazy difference, the gap between the central state authorities and region centers. The same points are more professionally and more consistently, more efficiently are done by the region centers, but we never saw that in the state authorities. This is again one of the main conclusions, so please pay attention to that as well. Yes, that is why please visit tapas.org.ua. We have the chapter which is named OD Monitor. Please look at that. And if after this very short presentation you've got any questions, me and Olesya are here. We're ready to help you, to prompt you, to consult you, and so on. So thank you so much for your attention, and let us go on with cool panel discussions. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, dear friends, let's greet the winners of the rating. A round of applause. And now the manager of the project Together Against Corruption, Olesya Arkhipska, and the head of the Open Data Direction of USAID, UKAID, of the Transparency and Accountability in the State of Public Management and Services of Eurasia Fund, Katerina Onilioglu. Right? Well, because after the forum I will have the better dictionary, because I'm mentioning your surname so many times. Okay, let us go on. We have one more discussion. The panel discussion. During the previous panel discussions, the speakers mentioned lots of ideas how Ukraine should develop the economy of data. The base for the economy of data is apparently the open data. But it's not it. The efficient state policy, which is formed as the result of the analysis of the data, is one more important precondition for the digital economy and economy of data. Are our state authorities ready for the change of approaches in the formation of state policy? And do we have successful cases in Ukraine? The participants of the next panel discussion will tell us about that. Well, because you know that the people who are panelists are VIP panelists. We'll have the minister and the MP and the head of the national service and even the director of the journalist school. It's okay, but first I'd like to invite to the stage the moderator of this panel discussion. Please give a round of applause to Victor Lach, the president of Eastern Europe Foundation. I thank you so much for the introduction. Let us speak about the policy formulation. So I've got incredible guests for you today. Those are the representatives of those executive branch authorities which form the policy at the national level. So please, let's meet Mr. Oleg Petrenko, the head of the National Service of Healthcare in Ukraine. And also I'd like to introduce a person who maybe you know. It's Stanislav Gaidar, the head of the Drohobych Smart City project, and we will speak about the formation of the state policy at the local level. And of course I'd like to invite a priest, Father Pavlo Hud, who is the director of the School of Journalism of the Ukrainian Catholic University, who issued the first course of the formation of policy, which is data-driven. We'll speak about that, but I'd like to say a couple of words first for us to think how you see the perfect process of the formation of state policy. Just imagine Ukraine 2025. We are one of the leaders, one of the 3 leaders in open data world. How do we form the state policy? Just imagine the perfect state policy. I may say that here we have several options of the perfect picture, which will be equal to the number of people who are here, or maybe even more. But we will be united in one thing, that the state policy, the perfect state policy, is based upon the open data. We all understand that. But also it should be inclusive. That means that through the process of today's interaction, each of us can impact the process of the formation of the state policy. It is adaptable and adjustable, which means that the state policy changes in the process, taking into account the consequences we have, and also it is formed taking into consideration the impact, the future impact onto each sector of the activities of the society. It has a certain cycle. It is formed, it is being implemented, but it goes through a certain stage of assessment of efficiency, and then taking into consideration this assessment, we get to the next stage of planning. And you can also add 3 to 5 to 10 symptoms or just conditions of the perfect policy formation, but still, the most important thing I'd like to say that the coolest policy will have the consequences for me as a citizen of Ukraine. It will take into consideration my interests as well. It will be efficient because it will be based upon the data, and it will have cool analytical support. And in fact, today we will present very precise and specific practical cases at the different levels to show, first of all, that the state policy is you, and you have an opportunity either to make the people be aware about your position or to take part through any tool, through the e-participants. You are also an object, and I want you to be a subject of the state policy. Secondly, we will present the cases which show very specific results and very clear results, and this is only the beginning. We'll have more cases like that. We'll have more opportunities to say that we, as the people who are not indifferent to the open data, we improve the decision-making process at the state level, and we will begin with a very complicated point, a very multidimensional one, which is healthcare. Oleg, maybe you can correct me, but what is healthcare for you? Please remember and think, what is health for you? No diseases? An opportunity to move all over the city? To perform your functions? To achieve your aim in life? The World Health Organization says that health is the state of the full social, psychological and physical welfare, not only no diseases. So, translating that into the language of open data, we may say that the state policy formation process depends on whether the data are cool enough about the social status of the people, the economic state, the diseases, the healthcare, and so on. This is the huge bulk of data. And I'm really happy that Oleg is the speaker of our panel today. Oleg, I wanted to ask you the first question. During the formation of the state policy of the National Healthcare Service of Ukraine, you were the first who posted the data and made public the data about the state expenses on the provision of healthcare services in Ukraine. Would you please tell, how does it help you? How do the open data help you in the state policy formation, first of all? And secondly, what are the following steps in the formation of the policy of your institution? Good day, everyone. I'm not an expert in open data, so maybe I won't use some of the definitions in a proper way, which you already got used to, but still, I'll try to explain our position. I couldn't imagine that we are becoming the leader in open data, but what was organically happening and taking place when we were trying to solve a different issue with the help of policies. When Victor said, or pronounced his introduction speech, healthcare is the proven process. And we would like to have healthcare which is compliant to the standards which exist in the civilized world. And the same happens with the policy. It should be data-driven. Our National Service of Healthcare is only a year and a half, and we had a very serious task to transform the system of healthcare. It's not a secret that the majority here are the young people, but still, maybe they are not engaged in the medical services processes, but still we know that we have a disastrous state of implementation of free medical services and support. I'd like to ask the audience now, could you please tell how many of you coming for any medical support, you could implement this right totally for free as it is foreseen by the acting legislation? Well, you see, a bit less than a quarter told about that. Other people maybe face the situation that the declarative principle which defines the obligation of the state to have free medical service when people need it led to the situation that the system had to be transformed. 2 years ago, there was the law adopted on the financial state guarantees of the medical service, and we didn't only declared the free medicine, but we wanted to find out the new situation when each person needs to understand what can I afford myself within those economic opportunities, what can be guaranteed. Not everything for everyone and always, but what exactly is guaranteed by the state in the package, and what's already paid from your taxes, and what is already proceduralized as a service, not just to construct the walls, the beds in the hospitals, the doctors, but just the services. This transition is a very simple change we are dealing with. This is the transition from input-based, that is, from the maintenance of the system, to the payment of the services which were provided. We began with a very small organization, and we began a campaign on the 1st of April, Choose Your Doctor. Everybody knows that now approximately 70% of Ukrainians have chosen the primary doctor, and this is the entry point to the free medical services. And using that,
I hope that the other people who have raised their hands, there are the people who have chosen their doctor and they're already using the services of the doctor even with a private company, if they're ready to fulfill the main condition of the National Health Care Organization. And we're really happy that when we have seen how much resources the state has to change it, then we had to make some kind of a choice. And in what way we're going to be starting implementing that? Unfortunately, if we speak about project management side, then there is not enough resources, and we have to make a jump. We had to avoid something, not coming up through capitalism, from Middle Age to capitalism to all of the passes to postmodern. We just wanted to jump into it. The only way to jump into it was to use the technology that allow us to do that. So all of our choices have been based on data. And just to show something, as something goes outside the shadow or changes the structure, it is very important to show it practically. And we started to do that using the e-tools. For example, the declaration. Signing the declaration. In order to have this principle in place that the money follow the patient, we had to know where the patient is, who is the patient, and what institution they're being serviced, what doctor they choose, and how we can pay the money. Without the e-tools, it wouldn't have been possible. We retrieved this data, then we're given it to the central public body that worked with all of this agreement, and then we started to do all of these payments. And later on, at the National Healthcare Service, we have created these data sets that have been created by our colleagues. By the way, some of them are here, and I'm really grateful to those people because there wasn't a lot of us, and they have proved that open data is one of the cases how you can actually protect the new type of policy in its implementation. And now it happened that we have the opportunity to publish this data in the portal of open data, and National Healthcare Service was one of the first who started doing this. Brussels. As soon as we've got this opportunity, we were the first who joined Trumbita program, and we've all started. I don't know why anyone did it before, so we tried to do it step by step. So we've joined it all, and we're starting to do everything using our variants of X-Route. So in order to turn from the old paradigm, we tried to jump into trend, and this trend helped us to be open. You can check it out. You can check the site of the National Healthcare Service if you haven't chosen a doctor yet, so you can find the doctor now, how far this person is now, how many declarations this person has, what is the structure of the declarations. Just choose the doctor and sign up the declaration in order to receive the free of charge primary healthcare. And starting from the next year, the systems of financing the healthcare system is going to be developing in many different directions, and I do hope that with the help of the modern trends, in a year or two, more Ukrainians, more young Ukrainians, senior Ukrainians will be able to exercise their right to receive the free of charge medical help or medical services, and we're going to do that also with the help of open data. Thank you, Oleg. Thank you, Oleg, and I do hope that dynamics is going to be kept up. But I still have a question to you. Can you please tell us about the precise results that the National Healthcare Service can show on optimization and making the policies more effective based on the open data? Well, you know, the reforms that are not being done when you have a good plan, a good roadmap, when you have installed everything technically. You only start reforming when everything is not in place. You don't have time, you don't have resources. Then we only have the creative ideas coming. And when we have seen how much resources we have and how we should delegate the resources, there was no other way for us than to use the fully transparent tools. When we have just been founded, everyone told us that we're the corruption monster, the only owner of all of the money for the healthcare. And now all of the dark forces that would like to find some bumps in us, they go to our side and they understand that with this level of transparency of data, it's really hard to give some of accusations to the people who did that for less than a year and a half. I will give you just one of the examples. We couldn't make it without the electronic tools. We couldn't make it without it. And I already told it that we're going to start working with our state treasury without the support and documents, paper documents. They told us that it's not possible to do it like this in the central body. There still has to be additional forms that are going to be then connected to the register. We've completely did that, and we've managed to make it that even up to all of the payments, even the payments for example, available medicines, and maybe you have know that we have we have all the specific recipes are now being provided for the specific medicines in electronic way. So it takes a lot of questions that we can answer from us. Everything is open, everything is transparent. You have some questions, you can take a look at our site. Right now we started transferring all of this data to the open data portal. So anyone from businesses, from science, from academia can use this data for any kind of research they want. And I would like to tell you that together with the Ministry of Healthcare, we have a lot of plans in future, because my position is that all the data that we receive, they have to be used multiple times further on by the businesses, by academia, by the controlling institutions and bodies, whoever is interested in that. This is our main position, and this is what we're about to be doing. Thank you very much. We wish you all the luck, because with your luck and with your successes, our healthcare really lays on your successes. Okay, next question I would like to have to Stanislav Haida, the person that represents the city authorities. And I do not know how you're doing, but people do not live at the state level. The people are living in communities, and there are specific people who are responsible for the residential services, for the provision of the medical services, of educational services, and all the other. I do believe you already are acquainted with Stas from our previous forum. He has been the winner of multiple open data competitions, but my main idea was to ask him, you're getting the data, you're publishing the data, but how do you use it? Remember, Professor Sullivan has said that there has to be the smart decisions in place. So smart decisions can only be based on open data. So, Stas, a direct question. Can you please tell us about your case of using the open data in order to create, design the policies, the policies, and what changes does the people of Drohobych felt with the open data? You know, throughout this day, together with Oleg Kotenko, I guess I will tell our case, Oleg Kotenko will tell about our case about medicine. When we had this registration of agreement between the doctors and patients, the doctors have started to have around like 1,000, 1,500 declarations. Then we've had a very important assembly, and one of the heads has said, you know, we have only 50% of all of the declaration being agreed. Out of the 50, there's only 30 coming from the city. The city does not sign the declarations. You have made an announcement, and you have just put this announcement on the houses, on residential buildings, and that's the only way how it's going to happen. What we've said, we have the data already about the declaration being signed. Let us take a look at every doctor's account and just for them to see how many declarations they have on a specific location. When we did that, the doctors started to make a faster decision. They have suddenly understood that in the houses where they don't have declarations signed, they have people they're acquainted with, or they have serviced the people in the other houses. So they started to call in them, and we had more declaration being signed. The first months after we did that, we had more than 5% more of declarations signed. So we've saved some paper. There was no announcement, physical announcement made. Then paper was saved, and the doctors have seen what this is the impact of the data. I'm not only even going to mention the open registration office, so that not that the registrator works with the specific decisions of every doctor, but for the residents to identify where it's comfortable for them to visit the doctor. We also have introduced the remote signing of the declaration, not with an e-signature, but the person comes up to the moment to sign, which is a specific moment that is comfortable for them, the declaration, but then they're going to provide it to the doctor to do that. So the person would go not to the main hospital, not to create the whole protocol, the whole agreement from the spots, but only to sign it. And another point that was really successful for our city, that we have the data of all of the secondary education establishment over the city, and we show it to the people. We have 19 schools, and before that all of the mayors were afraid to close the cities, even though there are some schools where we spent 30,000 hryvnias per one person, and there was one schools when we have 9,000 hryvnias a person. So we have a school, for example, in a village where there's 100 people in there, and it spends 25,000 hryvnias for one person. Let us buy a bus, and the children are going to go to another school, and we will save 1 million to budget. On the other hand, we can, for example, give the 7 million hryvnias per the school, but we will not cover the issues of the infrastructure. Today, this year, we have closed one school in Drohobych. A couple of years before, it hasn't been closed by the city council. So when we have showed this data to the people, to the citizens of the city, that it is important to have the sustainable decisions made for the sustainable development, and then we had the problem-solving decisions that might be still hard to close a school. Okay, thank you very much. That's a very interesting case, and of course, I guess maybe closing the school is optimizing the city budget. It doesn't mean that the children are going to go to school. It means that they're going to have additional opportunity to do that. Okay, cool, yes, that's right. But speaking about figures, can you please give us like the budget or whatsoever? As far as I remember, there was 870,000 plus on annual basis. We are now the first ones, one of the first ones, starting from January 1, all of the schools are going to be autonomous. This is the first time that we have sent all of our hospitals also to KMP, and our ex-minister has been in Sambo, and she really welcome to Gobi's decision, but it still has a lot of unpopular decisions, like the schools. There is a protest in the city council. There is, like medicine, there is still the demonstration in front of the city council. But now when they see the data, they have a different argumentation. Even now we have already the different data sets, even like with the schools, with the energy efficient cabinet, so on and so forth. So if you have mistaken, show us where. Okay, the motto for our panel is going to be the open data are the cure for the populism. Okay, Stanislav, your plans as a leader, what are you going to do further on? Together with Visa, currently we are introducing e-tickets with this residential card, and we would like to open the data also for that, and we would like to explain to the people that the tickets in the buses, they cannot be free. So basically, the people, the taxpayers, they're paying for the transport, and we just want to show you how much money do we pay every month to the open data up to every bus stop. How much money do we earn at the public transport? So that the people, the residents of the city would be aware that sometimes when they're coming, for example, when some of the politicians coming to the tribune and saying that we have to make the free of charge transport public transport, then we would have the arguments against it. Thank you, that's cool. We're really happy with your victories, because we would really like, first of all, to boast with your victories, and we would like to copy the decisions that you and solutions that you're making. So I would like to ask all of the people to follow what Stas Gaidar is doing with open data. Pavlo, the next question is to you. You do not represent the bodies of the national or regional level, but you are the person. You are the person that started the first educational course for the public officials for the open data policies, and Ukrainian Catholic University has done it. So I have a lot of questions to you about the very first impressions after the launch that you made, why Ukrainian Catholic University has done it, and the most important issue, what is the motivation for the public officials and then your clients, the clients of your services to use open data? Good day. Thank you very much for all of the good words. And if someone sees the problem, then we can see the opportunities and solutions. And if we are, because we are universities, then we're looking for the educational opportunities. And the question of the open data, and we have talked to Katya, and we also knew Andrei, and we also had this conversation that what's the problem? The data, everything looks so good. What's the problem? The question was how to work with data. And I have told them that let us make a program and let us tell the people how to work with data. So we just took that and did it. It sounds very simple, but we've started with an open data. And then we've turned to the format that this is going to be the policy-making program based on open data. And then we said that policy-making and visualization on open data. So we had 4 modules, 3 days, 6 hours, 16,600 hryvnias. The budget is allocated for 30 people. We had 80 applications, 0 hryvnia spent for advertisement, and 25 participants in the end. So it's obviously if people do not pay their own money, it's much harder to motivate them for studying. If they pay their own money, there's a fewer of them, but it's really also harder to motivate them. So it's hard to say whether the educational program was successful, because on one hand, first of all, the policies is something that doesn't really happen fast. It's like the education that's being done for perspective, but the policy making is something that doesn't have to be working as a final dogma. We can now build up the policies in order to protect ourselves from doing something. If you have the opportunity to capacities to first of all creating policies, but then again you have the flexibility to model, to update the policies, and everything is great then. But I do believe that despite the main ideas of it, whether there's the policies, how the way it is developed, there is still a learn, run, and play, learn, play, and game. But if you'll do it in a strategic wise, then as my colleagues have already said, you will succeed. We would like to have the second enrollment to the program. It's already being launched, and it happens here in Kiev, and this is the moment when we're following our clients' needs. And why are we doing this? I don't want to sound really loud, but I would like to say, I don't want to say that it's our mission. We're doing it because of money, and I'm not really afraid of speaking about money, even though I am a religious person and I'm a worker of the university. A good thing should worth some money, but I know that the Eastern Europe Foundation also provided a couple of scholarships for the participants, and so if there is an issue, if you couldn't cover your educational course, then you could apply for a scholarship. If you had the opportunity, you could you could pay for your own course. Okay, thank you. I would like to ask you also, let us imagine ideal world that we are all aiming for, so that the decision makers how can we do that? That the decision makers would like to require this kind of training from you. So for them to start studying with us, yes. What can we do without giving them the money? Well, first of all, to ask them whether they have all the things blessed or no. No, but when we have created and designed our very first course, just the way we create the different policies, we created our course. We created the matrix of our course, and then we started discussing with stakeholders. A lot of people that I've talked to, they've told us that it was not going to happen. Like, look at this. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 program. They're free of charge. There's all of the additional amenities included, and there's going to be like a big party afterwards. And now you are offering a lot of education, and it's not really cool and nice. And of course, I've even in one of the conversations that I've had, and there was one of the top public officers, and even asked her, like, please show me what this show me this program what it is. She shows me one, and I've asked her, are you going to participate in this program? And she says no. And I've said that yes, we're going to make a program that you'll be ready even to pay for that, and you will be ready to participate in that. It's not all that easy. And like, for example, from other analogies, we have launched a program for the charitable foundations in February. We had 145 applications. We only had 47 participants, and that's 22,500 hryvnias per 4 modules. But we have 37 motivated participants who were the owners and the managers of the charitable foundation. So if you offer a good product, you will find a good client.
So we wish you success and even bigger number of participants, the ones which are motivated to gain such knowledge. And especially I like the visualization project of a politician. Just think about that, visualization, a politician. I was trying to find a cool example online how I can find the case of visualization of policies which would unite the issue of healthcare, local development, with the British hue. And I found the following, that the National Healthcare Service has lots of approaches from the British Healthcare Service, NHS. And I found the solution that in the city of Edinburgh, every part of the city has a map with the visualized forecast length of life according to each part of the city. People from the NHS took into consideration all the possible factors which impact the health of the people, including the economy, access to different services, environmental data, economic, ecology, social. They took into consideration the disease rate, and they calculated the base for the further planning of the development of the city, of the services, of any ecological issues, and so on. Such cases can become very soon a reality thanks to the work of such people like Pavlo, who provides the needs, and Stanislav and Oleg, who provide the policies at the national and regional levels. So when we are speaking about the health, when it's not working with the health, the people go to the priest. So take care about your health. I wanted to respond because Salut, we had the same system in Barcelona when we wanted to create the same. They had an interesting case when they showed in the parts of the city that not the genetics was the one which impacts, but the place where you live, where you reside. It was a very interesting research which really impacted, but I'd like to use this opportunity. If the Eastern Europe Foundation is paying internships, we as the Central Executive Branch would like to have several internships, because we'd like to train our people as well, and we will be grateful if we are able to do the same. Let's come to the American Embassy and ask them there. Okay, I wanted to add to Victor's words. You know, it's not always working when we have, when we need to successfully copy the Western experience, and not about the data. The zest is not in the policy, but because according to the values, the Ukrainian society is very wounded and vulnerable. When you mentioned about Drogovic case, when I used to be a priest, you could have plenty of arguments that it's rational to close the school, but there will be people who would definitely say yes, but no. This is the first point. Secondly, we have the problems with trust. We're saying this is the service working, another service is working, but we need to mean that we, the Ukrainians, will subconsciously think, where will they deceive me? Where will they cheat? And we need to understand it, not just to find compromises about the quality of the data, the structures of the data sets, creating the policies, but it always should be something which will be an inseparable element of the soul or style of certain politicians and policies. Because the matrix itself, as it is working in the Western world and very rational, maybe will never work in Ukraine. Still, it will be working, not when we want to live as they do in the West, but because we want to live with dignity and respect to one another. Super, thank you so much. This was our speech. We have 7 minutes for at least 3 questions. If you want to ask a questions, I hope that you do. So please introduce yourself and tell whom are you asking, and we'll get 3 questions and give you 3 answers very quickly. Someone is holding the hand. Please take the microphone. Would you help with the mic? Thank you so much. Hello, my name is Yaroslav Durguts. I've got the question to Stanislav Gaidar. We do remember how in Drogovic they organized the EQ to the kindergarten on blockchain, and then the state council said that this queue was totally for free for the city. Now Prozoro has 2 cases of 150,000 of hryvnia, which costs the implementation of EQ. Well, yes, you're right, but if you read more, one contract is not working and the money were not paid. And secondly, could you please tell, if you are having a gift of the car, will you make the one who gave you a gift to put some petroleum in it?
Okay.
Are there any other questions? No questions left. Then a couple of words now as a conclusion of what we can say about the results of today's panel discussion. Each of us is the participant of the policy formation process. We can give our feedback. We can take part in the assessment of the impact, of the possible impact of the state policy. We can aggregate, collect, and analyze the data. We can show our attitude towards this or that development of the state policy. We can take part in any counseling authority's work to provide consultations with this or that stakeholder. And undoubtedly, we are those who get all the profits or non-benefits of the state policy. Each of us is interested for the process of the state policy to be as transparent, as inclusive, as adaptable, as efficient, as rational as possible, and so on. And I can go on with this list for a long time of all the requirements to the state policy, but still, We understand that the more data we have for the analysis of state policy, the more state policy is closer to us, the closer it is to us. I think our panelists, let's give them the round of applause. And I wish you success, and I really hope that in a year we'll present cool cases on how state policy has changed for the better thanks to the open data. Thank you so much. Okay, dear friends, a round of applause again to all of the speakers and especially to the moderator. I do remind you that the moderator was Viktor Lyakh, the president of Eastern Europe Foundation. So I'd like to ask you a question. I'm looking at you and I don't see energy in your eyes. What's about your mood? Are you ready to go on? There are some cool news now. The new piece of news number one, that we have the final rush, the final push to the panel discussion. After that, we'll have the coffee break, and after the break, as far as I understand, we'll have only some people who came here who were applying onto the awards ceremonies, and they want to get a part of 2.5 million hryvnia, at least. This is a very cool to put the ceremony in the end. That is true, truthfully right thing to do. But as I mentioned, I'd like to introduce you the next panel discussion. During the last 3 years of the existence of the forum, we have certain traditions. And as well as it was done during the first and the second years, we will discuss today the state of the development of the open data in the cities of Ukraine. This year, the speakers of this panel will say how it is and how can we manage the city to take decisions about its development as a data-driven process. How much money can transparency bring as open data, and which are the next steps to use open data which have been tested and implemented in our cities. I do invite the speakers, and first of all the moderator, whom we know already, Stanislav Gaida, the head of Drogobych Smart City project. You need to take one of the mics. I was told that I shouldn't give you back this one. This is mine. So then I invite Mariana Zvaric, who is the head of the Department of the Public Relations of Ternopil city. Let us greet her because she's in the finals. Maybe she will win today. Olena Winko, who's the Deputy Director on Open Data from the Communal Enterprise, and the head and the Executive Director of Transparency International Ukraine. Hello, Andriy Borovik. Hello, Andriy, and Olena, and Mariana. So you know, first maybe you noticed, maybe you're not, we had those Rubik's Cubes here. Did you take them home? Of course you did. There is a very interesting parallel and association. I can see the cities which are saying, we are showing the data. We've got everything at the website, take whatever you want. But here we can see the cities are saying, we have the data which brought us to this effect, according to each data set. So I'd like to wish each city, because this is the last panel, for you not to have the aim to publish the data sets, but the aim should be to improve the life of the citizens. So I'm giving the floor to Miss Mariana first, and we have the gender equality. Mariana, would you please tell us, Ternopil city, we can see how rapidly you are developing in the digital transformation. I know that you were one of the first one to implement the fine card, the card of the city resident. Would you tell us about more about the open data in the communal sphere? How did they bring the profits to the city? Maybe the social gains. Hello, everyone. I would like to repeat the words of Victor Liach, the previous moderator, who said that people are living in the communities. People are not living in the whole country problems, they're living in the communities, and first of all they're interested in what they see around themselves, about their surroundings. They will be interested when this or that road is repaired, when this or that entrance of the house is repaired, or the public transport. What they face, first of all, the city is facing, and each of us is facing. I won't tell you about the data which we are publishing, as Stanislav is saying. I will tell you what we are doing with the data and where we have the requests from. As my department is dealing with public relations, we mostly speak to the public and we're listening what the residents want to hear from us, what they want to get to know from us. First of all, though it may seem trivial, this was the request for the repairment in the city. Would you confess, if you live in the multi-storied building, how often do you know when the roof was repaired? And if they repaired the roof, were you at home? And do you know this info? There was an interesting request and application in the social network. Oh, you are distributing the money not in an equal principle. You are sometimes allocating money for the square and for the park, but you haven't done anything at our building. When we opened all the data, all the information, and created the service according to this data where the person could find everything which was done in his or her building, people did not mention such questions anymore, because it turned out that the repairment of the territory around the house is almost the same as the repairment of the roof, but the roof repairment will be estimated only by the people who live at the last floor, because they don't have any problems for the roof, but the money was allocated for both buildings. In fact, those were one of the first cases when the residents wanted to create a service, not just to publish the data, and then those questions just vanished. During the last year we didn't have a single question about any repairments and maintenance works. This is what every city needs, and I'm sure that every city has requests about these questions. The next interesting point is the register of the communal property. Very often we have the communal property which is given in for rent for a very symbolic payment, 1 hryvnia, but mostly NGOs get that. Do you know which NGO got a communal property? Do you know what property is communal? In fact, even the entrepreneurs don't know it. When we opened this service, we created the map of the communal properties where people can get to know who got the communal property, how much he or she paid to the budget, and can we give this property for rent and to use it on our own. A very elementary case going on with the needs of communal property. When we speak about the public budget, people are coming and saying, we have a cool idea, but we don't know how to implement it. We are saying, please, this is the service, find the info and use it. You've got a communal property and you've got the info. Those are two simple examples which every city has. And the third one is a very short one, e-ticket. Ternopil was one of the first to implement e-ticket in the public transport. You can use any type of the public transport, short buses, trolley buses, communal buses. What did we get in response? Some of the categories with discounts and personification of all of the people who use public transport. According to the data which we used out of the calculations, we get a very simple result. We know who, when and how is going. According to this data, in a year and a half, we totally updated the transport network of the city. We updated the transport model of the city. And when we did it and gave it for the public hearing and discussion, the viewers were thousands. Do you know how many comments there were? Only 20 of them. It means that open data allow us to manage the city efficiently. It was not the end. We know the flows of the passengers, we know what needs to be changed in the transport network, and we know one more practical thing, that the e-ticket and the e-card can be used not only in the public transport. Besides that, the school children are using those cards when they pay for the lunches they're getting at schools. And first of all, the people who get those lunches for free. What does it give us? For the budget of the city, it's just the saving of the money, because we are not paying the average price for the lunch, but we have a certain sum of money paid from the budget, what the child ate, and the price what the entrepreneur got as a return on from the budget. Is the honesty and the transparency and openness in front of the community? This is the question, when we just publish it or we make it as an open service for open data. Well, it's really impressive. The experience of Chernobyl, if I'm not mistaken, it was about a year or two ago when maybe we saw online how you had a huge strike of short bus drivers. They didn't want to go, and then when you began to implement the card of the city resident. Yes, since the beginning of 2018, the whole public transport has the e-tickets, all of the types, without any exclusions. And we knew that there will be certain oppression, because before that, all the short buses and communal transport took the reimbursement for the free transportation of the people with discounts with an average price. They'll calculate it. Today we had 10, tomorrow we had 20 of those people who had the free ride. Give us the sum. But when we had the precise validation of the cards, that we had a huge step forward, because this was the first time when all of the transport rides were free for some of the categories, even if those are private short buses, because this is the substantial sum for the reimbursement. Now we have the free rides for school children in all of the communal types of transport, because we have enough of money to reimburse those expenses. And it equals efficiency. Open data is efficiency in the managerial processes. And what about your plans, the plans for the next year? Now we are testing the function which I mentioned, when we pay for the lunches by school children in all of the educational institutions. We plan to use those data sets, and though it may seem trivial, our tactical plan is the request of the society which roads are blocked while we are conducting different events. For the drivers, it's rather convenient, because not everybody can follow the news when this or that street is blocked. But as the local self-governance they are accumulating the info, we would like to create the calendar of the events which will make you aware beforehand about this or that street blocked, first of all for the drivers, for bicyclists, cyclists and the pedestrians. Thank you.
So, now the Olena Honko, the person, the phenomenal person, a legend in open data for Lviv, and as far as I remember, Lviv was the first city to enter the International Charter on open data. You created the first portal, you're the first city to receive the Open Data City Awards. The first city bot project was created there. Yes. As far as I remember, we can already talking about it for more than half an hour, and we don't have enough of time. But quite recently, Olena has participated in the experience exchange to the US. She has been studying there, and she has shown what Ukraine has gained, and she was studying in the municipality of San Diego. Can you please tell us more details about the experience of the cities in the US, and maybe you can tell us whether they know and hear about the Ukrainian achievements over the pond. Thank you. Thank you. There was a unique opportunity, and there was a unique opportunity to have this in place, to have this training in place, because that was one of the important issues for me to learn about the experiences in these spheres. I've had a couple of revelations that I have seen there. First of all, on approach, on publishing the data and the policies that have been developed, and here. All of our previous forums, all of our previous internal meetings were always discussing the standards, the lists, and we are discussing it, we're calculating all of it. But if we take a look at the policies on the open data in the United States of America, on the local level or on the governmental level, you will not see any of the blacklist there. There's mostly kind of the framework policies, and the framework values that are going to identify the overall direction of the activities. For all of the vertical and horizontal activity, the structure is not really easy ones. We do believe that we have a lot of institutions. We have a complex vertical, but it's even more complicated than that. And an interesting illustration to that is the number of the portals of the open data that they have. They have the national portal, they have the portal for every state, they have a portal for every district in the state, and the portals of the cities. We do not have a lot of that, but they have a lot of those already present because, first of all, the scale of the country and overall the number of all of the districts for the portals for the districts. But they always have the overall framework policies. Those are the values that everyone is using and working in the framework of these values. I have asked them, what are you doing if the data owner do not publish the open data? So we asked them, what do you do? Then we go to another owner. There's first of all their inside motivation for every data owner to publish the information, and it's all connected that they all to the moment that they all use this data. So all of the data owners, they use their data first of all. They analyze those data, they use it, they publish. The results of the analytical approach, but they're using and processing the data to to make some of the decisions in place, and they're looking for the most optimal solution for every specific problem, but they're all connected to this inside operational processes that they face every day, and the problems that we face every day in our cities. So it's not that much important for them. It's not a self-aim to publish for the published sake. They really need they need to understand how they should use it and how they should keep on moving in the further on directions, in the further on spheres. I've had an honor to meet this person for the Chief Data Officer, the CDO, and we're all trying to be there to meet these people, and we're all discussing all of these moments. We're trying to introduce that for all of us at a different level, but I met the CDO of San Diego City. This department is a part of the overall department that deals with the KPIs of the development of the city, and they cannot do that. They cannot perform their main functions without data. There are the key productivity indicators. Like, it's not only providing the high quality of welfare and high quality of life in the city. What it is, it has to be a measurable indicator. It's not just the city would like to do that, but every specific step, every specific branch, every specific part of the city knows what to do. At every wall, they have the strategy with their main KPIs for the public offices, and everyone knows what they're looking for, what they're looking up to. Everyone knows what they're aiming for. Those are the strategical decisions, the strategical resolutions, and very local issues. For example, this story is still relevant for them, but we're still researching it. In California, the electric scooters are really popular. They're really popular. Those are the car sharing services. Even Uber provides these services. You just rent out the scooters and you can just easily go to any place you want. There's a lot of this. So as the demand grows, then the problem also grows connected to the services. For example, there has to be additional rules, like, for example, the speed limits or the territory limitations of how you can use those electric scooters. In what rules they should also consider? Are there the bicycle either riders, or they should be treated as cars, as automated vehicles? So they started to analyze it. The process is still in place, so I cannot tell you precisely what is the exact results that have already been gained. But the city has set out the task to analyze the data on the usage of the scooters, on the territories covered, on the speed. And this is the data that the businesses are ready to provide them, because there are businesses available for that. The commercial institutions that are not supposed to do that. They're not supposed to do that kind of work because there's no legislation in place. But they're really easy to contact the people on that matters. They're interested in doing that. And I do believe that quite soon, where they might publish, I don't know, maybe not a strategy, not a policy, but some kind of resolution on how to deal with those new services as electric scooters, rent provided, and how people can use it. So, okay, tell us then, for the Ukrainian cities already, what is the experience of our American colleagues that can help Ukrainian cities in their everyday life? Well, First of all, this is using the data to increase your own productivity. The data should be used and the data should be processed effectively. So one of the projects that has been introduced in San Diego City Council is the automated data processing. It might be slightly easier for them because they publish around 100 data sets, and we are a smaller city, but we already publish a lot more data sets. And maybe because of the degree of the cabinet of ministers that we have, but the most important thing, they have this process automated. The person only starts to deal with this process when something goes wrong. There is a specially set service in place, but even there, they would like to be maximum efficiently. And to use the data effectively. To use the data effectively to analyze the situation, to have the self-analysis in place, and also to analyzing the social problems that might appear in the city. Lviv. I have heard that the anti-corruptional strategies being introduced to Lviv, updated anti-corruptional strategies, but on data, what sets of data you are about to open, you're about to publish according to the strategy that you have? The case that we already recall today, the case on the mobile operators, I'm really pleased that we all remember those cases, even that the year has already passed. There was a lot of work, a lot of communication work, and a lot of work analysis-wise, data analysis-wise, and we already had received a lot of data. We're analyzing the data, we're working on that. Then we would like to have our transport strategy updated. We're processing a lot of data to do that, and there's also going to be a lot of data that concern the migration inside of the city. And it's not only the question of transportation, it's a question of the social infrastructure also. And it's a question maybe that will sound banal, but like we need to know how many people live in the city. We are all waiting for all of their residence registration till 2001. They all say that like next year or this year there's plans to do that next year, but it still will have some of the mistakes in that. So our main technical assignment to the data collection was made in that way, so we will have quite good level of preciseness to tell how many people we actually have in the city. And this is going to be a very good basis to calculate many different indicators for us to understand what is the overall factual pressure or tension in the city. And I do believe that this big project is going to be completed in around 2 months, and we will have very interesting and unexpected results. And I do hope that we will even be able to call Lviv a city with 1 million inhabitants. And you've said an interesting point that American colleagues are analyzing data in order to have the well-informed decisions in place. Together in our innovation center, we have analyzed one of the community's data, and when we have asked them to provide the register of data, they've given us Google Maps, like for example. They do not understand what is the register of data set. And I recall another joke when the friends meet and one of them is asking, do you know how to play the piano? He said, like, no, I do not know. I haven't tried to do that, but I thought that I can. So we have to understand, why do we need the data? What is the next step with the using of the data? And what is the result of that? Having that said, I would like to give the floor to the person who makes the advertisement for the cities for free, who, free of charge, is making our anti-corruptional agenda. Please welcome Andriy Borovik, the Executive Director of Transparency International Ukraine. And the first question I would like to have to you was basically the question that is very relevant today. I usually hear it from the civil activists, like, take a look, the city is in the top position of the ratings, but we see corruption. So there is this ambiguity among the citizens when they see that the city is not being developed. But the Transparency International says that the city is developing, the city is transparent. Can you tell us how this happened, and can we think about it as inconsistency of some of the civil activists? Thank you very much. It's a very good question, because this is just the same form of critique that we usually hear according to our rate. Remember, we had already the transparency rate from 100 top cities of Ukraine, and every time when we do it, there are some of the civil activists, and sometimes they are doing very constructive criticism. But we said that we are measuring the transparency that has no limits, first of all. So we are measuring transparency in many different spheres, and measuring transparency that is basically the step number one to further on development. And you can only compare it to this moment when some of the officials tell you, but we publish this data, there's PDF published on the sites, but that's not in open data. But that's already the step one, and the person starts to understand it better further on. Speaking on the constructive criticism, you know, in Kiev we have more than 3 million of people, and everyone believes that their street is the first that has to be renovated. And if everyone is going to tell you that you're doing here the wrong way, but some other people will say that you're moving in the right direction. And in Ukraine, no one has spoken about it at all in the recent 20 years. So everything that has happened in the recent 3 and 5 years, it's a great jump into the future. And you know, I'm listening to our colleagues on the panel and the representatives of the best cities in the rating. So this is important for us to speak. Why are we doing? What are we doing? And what are we achieving? And the results are very good. Thank you. Trying to use my right, I would like to say that you've really helped to improve the situation with Drohobych city. When we have said that Transparency International told us about something as recommendations, our members of city councils, they're voting. Sometimes they just tell us that there's something that only you want, so we're not going to do that. So thank you for working with us. So you have made research whether transparency benefits the cities. Can you tell us about a couple of insights from this research? Yes, really, we had this research in place. We, for 3 years, already working on this topic, 2 years of rates. And, you know, we really need around 10 years of experience to have some really good, relevant results. But we have some really obvious answers now. 3 findings and 3 ideas that were dealt with. First of all, publishing the information, it really helps you to manage your resources in a more efficient way. So all of the public offices in the city, they know that around 50% of the city budget, they're being formed out of the taxations that have been collected in the city. And 50 out of it is being collected from the state budget. But usually there's always a lack of budget. So very good results to improve the situation is to open the markets. Open market, and a lot of city has opened the market. Is going to be obligatory for all of the city to use the Prozoro procurement system and to rent out some of the real estate, to sell some of the object, and to have the real just price, and not the one the public officer has thought about because maybe their relative would like to make a kiosk there. Another point is investment. That's something that all of the mayors and all of the administrators understand. For example, we see that one of the members of the World Bank Group, they're really evaluating the effectiveness of financial resources management. They see how the budget is being formed, whether the information is open, and they provide a specific loan or credit rate for the city. And this credit rate, that really presupposes whether your information is open and transparent. For example, the cities, they're usually allocating international loans, much cheaper loans from the international financial organizations to buy the public transport. For example, Mariupol, one of the cities that has the highest rating, our rating, they have allocated 12 million euro. Whether it's beneficial for the final recipient, for the final resident, yes. And the third example, we can use Drohobych here, for the informational requests for information. This is something that really surprised me. The number of the requests for information has dropped down to 11%. To 11% in 3 years. So there was a constant drop down. What does it mean? It means that administration has this free hands that can improve the life of the citizens in a different sphere, or, I'm sorry for being that route, or you can just fire those people and save some money not paying the salaries. But the question is as follows, that it really works to the small cities, less than 500,000 residents. The bigger cities, the more information you send, and the more requests you achieve. But in Drohobych, I know that it's not just you haven't just opened the information, you work with this information, and you're trying to simulate the demand, you're trying to declare your position. So, This field is really huge, and I'm not going to speak about investment and investment card of the cities. The more data you open, the more money the city receives. We try to find this correlation between the points we had in our rates and the direct investment that the city receives. Because the story of the data, open data, is not that long, but I would like to say that one of the data sets gives additional 200,000 investment. Maybe for Kyiv that's not a lot, but for small cities there's a lot of money and additional workplaces. So openness and transparency, that's definitely a key to success. Okay, how can the average citizens influence the government, influence the authority, so that would start to deal with the recommendation from Transparency International Transparency Rate? I would say it's a two-way road. First of all, you need to find a leader in administration who would like to work with that. They definitely exist. We have found in 35 cities, we have found those leaders that we keep in contact with. But speaking about the residents themselves, they have to just we need to stimulate their interest. First of all, most of the time they don't know that they need this information, and they don't know that they can have this information in place. So we have trainings, workshops, presentations that explains why do you need this information, why it can be retrieved. So we're giving both the administration and residents how can you use it, in what way you can use it, and why it's going to be useful to you. I do believe that if 5 years ago someone would told you, why would I have a boat that will tell me where it's everything renovated? You can just renovate this hole that I have here in the roads. No. I am here updated, for example, for all of the newsletters, because I am a car driver and I need to follow where some problems, where some roads may be closed. 5 years ago, of course, I haven't thought that I'm going to be doing that, but now we have to develop ourselves and keep on being updated. Now we have the constructive dialogue, but there is a question whether it is constructive dialogue or no. So I am always addressing all of the public officials in the cities. Please communicate with civil activists. If it's needed, if there's going to be some really harsh communications, you can invite some mediators like Transparency International, and you'll be successful and happy. I will just recall when we had informational request and we sent it by post. No one really processed it. So, someone has written like a normal letter with signature, then this is okay. I don't know whether it has been worked the same in a different city, but it really worked in Drohobych like this. We have a couple of minutes left. We would like to have some questions from our audience, please. Alexander Ustimenko, I have a question to Olena. And you said that in the United States, in every city and on the state level, there are separate open data portals. But can you have a piece of advice for the cities that they would like to publish data? Is there a sense for them to have their own city portals of open data, or they can just use, for example, the Unified National Open Data Portal? What are the pros and cons to have your own portal for the open data? And another point, we have spoken about using the data of the mobile operators. What are the conditions you're doing it? I understand that it's a prepaid, fee-based service because it's about the salaries, so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. So about the local versus national portals, well, this is a very long discussion going on, and with the development of this sphere, we've got already to this or that extent a certain solution. First of all, from the point of view of the owner, administrator of the local portal, you need to be ready that it's not that easy. In any case, it will be lots of expenditures and expenses and resources and funds and human resources as well, and you need to be ready for that. Thanks to the processing of the national portal, it's not compulsory. It's more than enough to publish the datasets at the national portal, and the local portal, let us be frank and sincere, in fact, first of all, is your own PR. That you've got your own portal. Taking into account the development of this sphere in our place, If you've got a local portal, you need to be technically ready to give out those sets to the national level. As far as I know, the plans, the following plans, which we are waiting for about the friendship between the national and the local portals, there are certain solutions from the state agency about the typical solution of the local portal. So I would advise you to wait a bit and then to take a decision more substantially on basing upon the different factors which will be mentioned by the agency or the ministry. I cannot get used that we have a ministry now. But still, anyway, you need to acknowledge that you need to support it on a permanent basis. It's a constant work, a constant internal work, because it is on our own servers, or those are permanent expenses for other different servers which will be maintained by other people. Unfortunately, you cannot find free solutions in this case, and if someone is promising you that it will be for free, there will be some time, what Stanislav said, that this car will need it to be maintained. And it's the right thing, because it cannot be in a different way. As for the cell phone operators, we've got some activities with them. The last case last year was, according to the memorandum, was totally for free, and we did not pay anything for that. And now our appetites grew, and the terms of reference was created in a complicated way, so it needs financial expenses as well. But the cell phone operators, in my opinion, are ready to meet our requirements. For them, it is rather profitable, potentially profitable from the point of view of cooperation with the city, from their own PR, the social responsibility. They are ready to communicate, they are ready to interact, not on the only of the commercial basis. Everything can be debated. It's not just some crazy sums of money. So we need to use that. Thank you. Okay, any other question? Would you please give the mic? Hello, my name is Natalia Chernogub, company of U-Control. This is the system of online checks of counter agents and business partners. I was incredibly happy to listen to your discussion, especially you, Stanislav. You were such a moderator, and you collected the cities which were considered the most transparent. We are conducting trainings for the mayor's office, and very often they ask us, how can we analyze the registers, the open data, and how can it help to find out corruption and to prevent some of the corruption risks. So, for your cities, maybe you don't even have to explain anything, because you're using that rather actively. You explain your local councils, all of that. How do you plan to scale your wonderful cases and experience, and how can we, as a community of open data, can help the cities become more transparent, to decrease the level of corruption, and for the city residents to use open data more and more? It seems to me you just need to sign a memorandum with Transparency International Ukraine and to say that one of the conditions is the training. Well, if I'm not mistaken, we have it already. We've got a couple of minutes left. One more question. Hello, my name is Alexander. I'm from Kiev. And we're also constructing and giving out open data, but I'm interested in two questions. I don't know whom I should ask, but I'll ask those two questions, and if you've got more expertise, would you please answer? For instance, if we have the huge amount of open data for each year, is it reasonable to construct a certain forecast which will be useful for the business? And the second question, is it reasonable to sell these data? I mean for forecast, not just the open data, but forecast data. Who can answer that? Well, I think that U-Control can answer, not us. Well, it's not fair. Well, I can try. First of all, the forecast data is a rather ungrateful thing. Forecasts can be optimistic or pessimistic or realistic, and it's not a fact that they will come true. In fact, this is the question whether you have the need to create these forecasts, the analysis, or maybe you just need to give out the data and you will find the enthusiasts who will do that instead of you, who will find the way. They will find the opportunity to do all of that and to add the value, including to you. But as for the sales, we have the central authorities which are selling the data, but still what they sell is kind of a level up. That is, I'd say, they are not aggregated, very raw data, which can be processed later. The same statistics, you get it for free, all the aggregated information about the population, but if you want to have it really detailed and they got it, they can sell it, because they also have to survive somehow. So it depends on which data you're speaking about. So it's not that easy to speak in a wholesome manner. I can mention an example. I read an info when McDonald's is constructing any shop of theirs, they are researching beforehand whether there are any flows of people, whether it's profitable or not, and maybe they pay someone for that. I'm interested in that model. The availability of data and about the investments into the city is very important. So how can we earn on that? Well, if you speak about the people flows, the cell phone operators are earning on that, but this is the commercial institution, so they are free to claim payment for their services. As for the movement of the people, for instance, the city service can generate these kind of data. Unfortunately, I don't know about any of that. If you've got such a service, yes, we've got such a service. You just need to research the market, whether these data is needed if you want to sell it, because you have the economic activities, but you need to research the market. I will name an example. For now, Kyiv City has the e-ticket, and in fact, we know the flows. Well, maybe not enough so far, because the blue card is not that popular, but when it is in Kyiv, those will be millions of people, and those are huge flows of data. So you will have some cooperation with the security service for the people, because partly this is private data, so you need to balance and to depersonify this data. If I'm not mistaken, we have the coffee break and you can communicate and train there. No questions left, right? Out of the experience of Drogobych, I'd like to give you an advice. If you're a smaller town, and if you don't have the development of open data in your community, and you think what to start with, the first thing is the most important. Take the constructive activists of the people who will define your agenda. Because the published data by the city, if the city itself defines what's important in me, it will lead to the situation when you ask how much spoonfuls of tea, 2 or 3, and the answer is I'd like 1 spoonful of sugar, but I'd like to see that. So in the end, I'd like to wish you to develop the data, because this is not that easy to have this burden. And everybody is thinking, who needs that? But in fact, the end user needs that when you create the services. Don't only open the data, but find the opportunities to implement new services for people to see it's necessary, it's important, and you do something useful for your city. And also you need to remember that this is the end user and he or she is somewhere there, but we ourselves can be the consumers of these data, which our own needs we can satisfy, and how we can simplify our lives. If it eases our lives and solves some of the managerial issues, it will as well solve some of the problems of the citizens and residents. And my short conclusion, you know, for 5 years about the slogan, everybody sees everything about the public procurement, so let us do everything sees everything, everybody sees everything in the cities as well. Let us give a round of applause to our panelists. Okay, dear friends, thank you so much to our speakers and the moderator. I'm looking at you, and I can see that you are so sad. And the numb question, Andriy, is it really the last panel discussion for today? We want more. When is the next one? The question is ruthless. Yes, is this the last one? The next one will be next year. We have a very short pause now, the coffee break. In a quarter of an hour, please come back here to this hall and go on. During 45 minutes, we'll have the finals of the Open Data Challenge at this stage. Then maybe one more short break, and after that we'll have the ceremony of awards of Open Data Challenge. Instantly after that, we'll have the Open Data Awards ceremony, and after that we'll have a kind of an after party. We'll have alcohol there, a musical surprise, which I told you about, and striptease. Oh no, not striptease, sorry, I mixed up. Just a musical surprise and alcohol. So now there will be coffee break, and in a quarter of an hour we're coming back and watching Open Data Challenge. music on purpose. Speaking about with each other. That was the concept of the event. There was the music, then it vanished, and that's it. And then we know who is speaking about what. But in fact, we are waiting for one more jury member, and when he is coming, it will be just in a minute or two, and then we'll begin the finals of Open Data Challenge today, after which we'll have the ceremony of the awards of Open Data Challenge, and after it instantly the ceremony of Open Data Awards. What about your mood? So let us make some noise. Thank you so much. You know, I was told this is the semi-public conference, semi-public forum. No one will be reacting on anyone you're saying, but you see, this is a cool community. You are cool. There's some life, I can feel it. So can we? Is everybody here? No, not yet.
Так, всі вже присутні. Так, ну що ж,
Okay, dear friends. As far as I understand, we can go on. I do remind you, if any one of you just came here, this is the Open Data Forum 2019. The most delicious part of the event is the finals of the Open Data Challenge. After that, we'll have the award ceremony. And before I give the floor and the mic to our cool hosts, I'd like to say a couple of words about the Open Data Challenge as it is. Fact number one, this year Ukraine has the third Open Data Challenge hosted. This is the international format of the competition, the innovative projects which are data-driven. Altogether, in 3 years of the existence of this project in Ukraine, we've got more than 500 applications for the participants. This year, we had applications from the participants from 30 cities of Ukraine. One more fact, the semi-finals got 23 projects, and the incubation program, which was lasting for 4 months, there were 11 finalists teams. And today, dear friends, finally, we will sum it up and get to know which teams are the winners of the third Open Data Challenge, and will share the prize of 2.5 million hryvnia. You know, it's a wow factor. Okay, so I invite to this stage our hosts. They will spend 45 minutes with you, so please meet with a round of applause the charismatic, beautiful Yevgenia Klepa, the director of 1991 Open Data Incubator, and the operational manager of Eastern Europe Foundation, Pavlo Radchenko. A round of applause, dear friends. Thank you, Andrei, and we greet you here. So, for today, really, we have been waiting for this moment for a long time, because during those 4 months of work, our startups, our delicious startups, are finally presenting the results. But it was a very long way. We've got a huge number of applications which we all were detailing in details, looking through it, finding the grain of genius. And we conducted Skype interviews, and the majority of those grains were just leaving. 24 teams which we selected had a very intense weekend where they could present their ideas at the first time in front of the jury. We'll remind you that we've got 10 cool finalists with whom you will soon get acquainted personally. So I do remind you that in 4 months of the incubation program, they have been working with their mentors, experts, and they were improving their solutions as much as they could to be attractive for you, their potential clients and customers. So now we are even a step closer to get to know who the winners are. We'll get acquainted with our super jury first. The first is the representative of USAID Ukraine, Maxim Darkin. William Turner, the UK Embassy in Ukraine. Oleksiy Vyskup, the first deputy on digital transformation of Ukraine. Viktor Lach, the president of the Eastern Europe Foundation. Denis Gursky, the co-founder of 1991 Open Data Incubator. Oleksiy Ivankin, the founder of Open Data Bot. Andriy Borovik, the executive director of Transparency International Ukraine. And Katerina Onilyogvu, the head of the direction of Open Data of Tapas project. So, for us to be at the same page, I will remind you that our startups have only 3 minutes for each presentation. And for them, we shall have a very pleasant and warm atmosphere. But unfortunately, you won't be able to ask the questions which, after the presentations, when the jury will calculate the scores, you will be able to communicate with them personally. So far, no Q&A sessions, sorry. So now let's come to the most expected part, right? Yes, so now I do invite to this stage Dmytro Sergeyev, who will present the project of City Board Nazar.
Доброго дня.
Good day. Good day. More than 80% of all of the calls for the hotline are connected to the residential services. I guess everyone has been to the situation where your lights or water supply is being turned off, and you can call to your services in this situation. But it's much easier if you will receive Viber or Telegram notification for that. This is the very first chatbot Nazar that is going to be combining all of the data from all of the main services. Now that it's going to be working in 3 Messenger, you can join both for once. You identify the address that's going to be followed, and you will receive notification based on your address. Bot sends you the automatic notifications on the plans on renovating of the city communications. You can give the request for any kind of emergencies that happened, or you can ask the question to your residential managers. This really helps to mitigate the pressure on the services, on the hotline services, and really help you to maintain the civil control. What are the main benefits? Innovativeness and speed. We're using 7 registers of open data, the administrative territorial registers, and all of the open data. Also, we will generate in 137 data sets that are already being used by the cities in their managerial solutions. We created 2 services of civil control on illegal construction and illegal chopping down the trees. Currently, based on the results of September, we have notified more than 1,000 residents. On the public hearings, we have processed 62 requests of the citizens. On the illegal chopping down the trees, we had 4 official requests on checking out the violations that are going. All of the notifiers are going to be notified. Also, we are conducting the illegal placing of the kiosks. Before the project has been working for 5 months. We have already 11,000 users, and we already set a contract with Mariupol. To the time of our approbation, we have almost 160,000 users, and we already joined by 4 cities, and we created the anti-corruption tools. We would like to go to profit by the end of the year and to connect 16 cities. We need $24,000 for meeting our goals. Our business model, we're going to have the package solutions for the municipalities, and we're going to have the fee-based subscription for the people, for the residents and businesses. Our team has all of the needed experiences and knowledge in implementing the residential services projects. Currently, every green that has been invested into this project brings 6 grievance to the cities, and our loyalty index on PS is 65. These are our contacts. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. So we have set the start, and it's very good. So our next project, please welcome Eco Homes Startup and Alexander Koval. Please, Sasha, you're welcome. Good day. My name is Alexander Koval, and I'm pleased today to present you with our project, the Eco Homes, project that shows you how the $5 billion are being spent every year and why it might be 50. So the ecological tax is a very hot topic. We have more than 2,500 different inquiries. The problem is that we do not systematically follow how this costs are being spent, so we have corruptional risks connected to that. Currently, the civil activists manually and mechanically are collecting and combining data. It's not efficient and it takes a lot of time to process. Eco Homes is an automated collection, search and analyzing the data and information. So basically we can analyze information and compare it automatically. Using the data from the open budget systems, we receive the information how much eco taxes has been paid. With the spending service, we see how they've been spent, and with Prozoro, we can get deepest analysis about it. Thus, we can take a look who pays the eco taxes in what amounts, what regional city collects this money effectively and which not. We can compare this data and analyze and draw conclusions. The same things costing, how they're being spent, who uses these costs efficiently, who does not. For example, Kyiv only spent 80% of something that has been planned. When we started to check what is going on, we have seen one big procurement for about 2.5 million hryvnias that was also for inventarization of the sources of the pollution, but we haven't seen how it has been managed. In 2018, there was just a small procurement of the computer equipment. So when we've started to think about it, we have made a request, and we have seen that the Kyiv City Council just didn't manage to manage this money in time. The same important thing is spreading the information, disseminating the information, providing the training on ecological taxation that we are doing together with our Save Dnipro and Ecology Pravodi organizations. Who can be our clients? The Ministry of Ecology. That can be the civil society organization, the civil activists and journalists. So we work on the freemium model. Free of charge, the basic information, more detailed analytics of fee-based. This is our team, Sasha, Dasha, Dima and Miron. Thank you very much for your attention. So let us thank Sashko. There's so a lot of taxes he's have to deal with. So please welcome the Eco Viewer team and Marina Griga.
Hello everyone. The life in the cities has the huge amount of advantages, but one disadvantage can spoil all the rest, and it is named the environmental danger. Because if you choose the residence closer to some dangerous object or in the zone of pollution, you are posing a threat for your own health. More than 20 diseases are connected with the ecological problems in the cities. And if before we didn't have the mechanism to choose the safe residence, now we have the Eco Viewer, the service which gives the ecological assessment of the real estate objects. And now you can go to our website and choose any new building in 3 parts of Kyiv and soon in the whole city, and to get to know the environmental assessment by 2 main indicators and 6 auxiliary ones. And if you want to get more detailed analytics, you can order our analytical reports and consultations. Our market is 270,000 acquirers of real estate a year, and in a year we're planning to have 10,000 users of our web portal among our target audience. In the base of our service are the open data. We have united the ecological data of the Ministry of Nature, the Ministry of Regional Development, and the data on pollution from the State Statistical Service. And this system of 16 data sets gave us a very precise ecological assessment. Our technology foresees the analysis of open data, the satellite data, the meteorological data, the data of the land eco monitoring stations and automobile traffic. And this system allows us not only to assess, but also to provide the long-term ecological forecast. When we were trying to find the ecological information we faced in the state authorities, we faced the whole line of issues, which can include corruption risks. The information sometimes was given with the mistakes, was not full, was not truthful, and sometimes it had some delays, and sometimes it wasn't given at all. So we decided to find it with the help of our experience, and we created the EcoViewer bot. This is the chatbot which helps to find the ecological information for the people and to get it from the state authorities. So we decided that the more people know about their rights, the more they know how to use the open data and ecological data, the less is corruption can be found. Now, in the process of incubation, we totally updated our ideas and we came to MVP with them. Now we need investments to grow the technological potential, to go to the market in the beginning of 2020 and to scale it for 3 cities of Ukraine. We are an inspired team of 3 people in the sphere of IT, data analysis and business. We are the experts and we are united by the main thing. We want to create the ecologically safe future for our state. Thank you, Marina. Instantly, just 3 minutes sharp, just on the edge. Okay, we're going on with our very relevant ecological topic, and now I invite to the stage Darina Lukyanenko, who will present the project of Waste Ukraine Analytics. Hello, my name is Darina. Since I began to sort the waste, I'm shocked by the amount of packages which is never processed and which is given, even sometimes imposed, by the producers of the products and supermarkets. Andriy, the leader of our team, has studied ecology since his school, so the environmental problems are really a pain for him. Each of us has our own story, but we are all not indifferent to the waste problem, and we sincerely want to solve it. In Ukraine, 97% of waste is sent to the polygon, and we don't have the data about the rest of the waste, or it's impossible to analyze them. That is why we create the Waste Ukraine Analytics, the informational service which collects all the available data about the waste in one place and demonstrates it in an understandable way. And also, this is the matchmaking service to find the partners on the waste processing. Both the generators and the processors of the waste have the problem with the accessibility of information. The processors cannot load their capacities and they need to import the waste abroad, and the generators are not sure in their partners. So communicating with them, we acknowledge that everybody has the lack of civilized platform to find the information and to sign and award the contracts. We created the prototype working with an analytical part of the service, and today we have this wonderful moment when each of you, for the first time in Ukraine, can see the data about the waste in the comprehensive interactive format. You have the link and the QR code. You can use them and watch them now. We are using the data of the Ministry of Nature, the State Statistical Service, are the data from the state portal, and we combine them with the data of our partners. YouControl, Open Data Bot, Inspection Portal, and our plan, the maximum task is to use all the data sets about the waste out of the Decree 835, the existing and the future ones. Of course, it has the anti-corruption effect because we are increasing the awareness of the people about the waste, and we make the manipulations as complicated as possible when we have the permits issued and the lobbying of the companies during the public procurement. We are consulting with Prozoro team about that. So we are putting those operations from offline to online. We are creating the competitive market, and for the recommendation system we are using the data science algorithms. The analytics will be for free for everyone, and for the business we've got a subscription and additional paid services. So now we have the working prototype with the analytics, but to develop the full functional with the system of selection of partners, integrated APIs, following the wastes and other features, our team needs funding, approximately 700,000 hryvnia. Mostly it will be the development of the product. So get acquainted with our team and let us make this country not a country of polygons, but a country with resources. Thank you, Darina. Thank you that you're trying to make the project which really takes care about our environment. And now I invite Maxim Tarnavsky, who will present the project of Inspect in UA.
Hi everyone. Have you known that among all of the companies that have been inspected this year, 25% of those have had some violations in place? And even more of them knew that the controlling bodies are going to come to them that still weren't able to get prepared. Why did it happen? One of the reasons is that we never had a simple service that would combine all of the needed information in one place and would identify what you have to do and if there's going to be checks and how you would like to not violate any kind of laws. So we created this kind of boats. So using the inspection portal and using the unified register of legal entities and we're creating the complex analysis of who is inspecting, who is inspected, what kind of violations usually are being identified and what are the consequences of those violations. So what are we doing? We're giving you the list of the documents that all of our controllees bodies are referring to and highlighting the points that you have to take care about. Even in the framework of one point in one article, there are multiple violations that can be identified. So we're finding the violations randomly written using the machine learning. We're grouping those violations, finding what are the common moments with that, and we'll find the main words that can describe it. Based on those descriptions of violations, we're creating the checklists for every specific type of activity. Our target audience is, first of all, the companies who are in the lists of the planned inspections, so we know who are they going to invest and who really need this. So there's also companies and data aggregation. We would like to work on the freemium basis, anti-corruption impact. First of all, we're increasing the awareness of the businesses. Another following impact, if during the inspection there will be some of the illegal actions of the inspector identified, we will help you to file the complaints, and based on the analysis we can find the inspector who will have the most of the complaints filed. The roadmap. So we started with an idea when we joined the project. Now we have a prototype in place. We already have the analytical works done, and we need to just fulfill it in the full working service. The needed resources, we need $18,000. The team that we have, this is me, Maxim, that I'm basically doing with the machine learning for 2 years already, and Sergey, who has experience in finances, communication, and management, support us. Thank you. Okay, so in order to maybe to hold intrigue a little bit, I would like to share a little bit with you. How do you believe? What are the main top 5 topics were the leaders among the finalists, among the main applicants? So, okay, you already understood that ecological topic was very interesting, but what are your options? What were the other applicants? What were the most popular topics to apply? The registers, like registers is the main topic for the project? No. But actually, most of the projects, of course, they had the ideas for the anti-corruptional solutions. But one of the very relevant topics was the legal tech projects, agri-tech projects, and one of those agri-tech projects is about to be presented to you. So I would like to invite the AgriPortex Bio and Dmytro Tatarenko, the founder of this project. Please welcome. That's my son. That's my son. He's 8 years old. By the way, through the time of incubation, he grew up already. He came up to me once and he said, "Dad, I know what you're doing. You're helping the farmers. You're helping the organic farmers." Who are those farmers? Those are the ones who do not trick us and do not harm our health. And I've asked him to make a sample. For example, the apple juice. This apple juice might not be made out of the real juice, but if the juice is unnatural, then the farmers are unnatural. He was right, but he actually meant the organic farmship. The organic farmers that we have met first when we have been in a national expedition. We were filming the everyday work of Ukrainian farmers. We were filming their success stories, and we're trying to notify how the agriculture evolutionized in Ukraine. And we face another problem that all of those farmers face. They all would like to sell, but they have no idea how to do that directly. And this is just one of the obstacles, one of the barriers before they get to the market, to the agricultural market, the market with a high level of corruption. When now we already have a very low level to trust to the documents of our operators by the international partners. And as a consequence, we already do not have the Ministry of Agricultural Policy. It has been taken down. And you know what was the main reason for that? Corruption. This is the way how the transparent market has to look like at the local and the global point of view. And today it's already the reality with the help of our mobile app. Everyone who would like to participate in our system, they're going to be checked according to the registers of open data. And the validity of the certification has been approved by the certifying bodies. Not a single covered subscription, a very transparent model with annual subscription. We started by the end of the last year, and throughout the incubation period, we already have been successful in domestic market and international market. We created bots. We had an information campaign. We know where to go forward. This is our incubation in numbers, and this is just the beta version. And it was all possible because of the ambitions and competences of our young team. The team that are the specialists from many different directions, from marketing to agricultural training. The team that have already been supported by 2 angel investors. But we're looking for additional investments in order to reach the goals that we are aiming for as fast as possible, and to broaden the opportunity of our producers at the international markets. Organic production in Ukraine is not that much about the nation's health. Organics for Ukraine is one of the main priorities and potential interesting direction for the further development. Development of the organic sphere will create the image of the country overall. AgriPortex B2B marketplace for direct communication at the local and global markets. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Dmytro. And while we're waiting for the next participants to join us at this stage, couple just like facts about Open Data Challenge. This year, throughout all of the projects that have been signed up to us, we have noticed that half of the projects were just the ideas. Half of the projects were already in development, and 20% of those were already functioning. And out of all of those projects, we had the web pages, mobile apps, and many different services presented. And one of those mobile apps is about to be presented to you by Maria Sievers. She's about to present the DuckTest project.
But she will present it in a second because we have some technical complications. Everybody wants to sing the song? Katya, I don't have the voice. I'm sick a bit. Oh, you will be a singer. Okay, come up to the stage. We'll sing as a duo. Almost. No, unfortunately, not a single person knows how to sing, and the jokes about open data are not funny anymore, so let's wait. We're ready. Hooray! Maria Sievers, DuckTest project. Hello everyone, my name is Maria, so I'm presenting the innovative service of DuckTest. Is it safe to eat? In fact, almost half of the products in Ukraine are counterfeit and false. Why? Because we bring all of the food products to Ukraine. The customs office wants to see the report of the state laboratory for lab for safety. But instead of that expertise, the corruptioner takes the bribe. And the unfair entrepreneur formally has the report that the product is totally safe. What about the people? The majority take care about that, but still only 6%, because they distrust the state, they give the complaints to the state authorities and the controlling authorities. Thus, it influences the health, the market of the food products, the expenses of the budget, and the losses. DuckTest counteracts such corruption. We take the open data of the consumer service, the Ministry of Healthcare, the customs service, the barcodes of the food products, the complaints of the consumers, and we have the acting instrument, the tool to stimulate the state to protect the healthcare of the citizens. With the help of the DuckTest, the people can find the low-quality products, to give the request for the result of the lab research, to follow the whether it's working and to send the complaint for the product. The independent expertise allows to control the state authorities and to counteract corruption. Besides that, we generate the data, the register of the lab research and the rating of products and producers. How is it working? You scan the barcode, you get the information about the ingredients of the product, you can see its test, you can send out and follow the complaint on this goods and also choose the best product in the category you need. The mobile app and our innovativeness is that we have united the functions of our competitors in the one Windows shop, and we added some of the unique options. Our channels of monetization are the business option for the shopping networks and malls and the producers, and premium packages for the usual consumers, which get the bonuses for the active participants and use. We already have the chatbot, the base of 200,000 products, and we have developed the architecture of the mobile app. Our partners are the Consumer Service, the Trade Chamber and the Chamber of Commerce and the networks of supermarkets. To launch, we need 765,000 hryvnia, and then next year we will be able to choose the safe products. This is guaranteed by the knowledge and the experience of work of our team with the open data of the state authorities, of the shopping networks and the society. So we, the Dark Test, choose the safe products and be healthy. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Well, I don't know whether you had enough time to download the app or at least to look and to test the chatbot now, but something should be done. So while you are starting this case from Dark Test, we'll see now at this stage a different project that is its representative, a very interesting one. Let us spoiler a bit. This is the project which has lots of people involved, lots of organizations engaged, and consists as a puzzle out of all of them. You will understand why now and what problem and issue they have faced. So meet at this stage Daria Korba and the project of the Map of Renovations. Hello everyone, my name is Dasha and this is the project of the Map of Renovations, the interactive map of the abandoned buildings of the city. So what are those abandoned buildings? This is the cultural value, our history with you, and just a cool space in the center of the city. According to the official data, in Shevchenko part of the city we have 25 buildings abandoned, but in real life there is 166 of them. According to the classical scheme, the building is first privatized, then they get rid of the status, then they can burn it, they can demolish it to build something modern. Just 4 historical buildings were demolished during the challenge only. Who could prevent it? The business, the activists, the authorities, the architects, but all of them had the lack of knowledge. So how can we solve this issue? To create an interactive map to research the abandoned spaces of the city. The map where we'll filter according to the type of the building. When you click on the building, you can get to know the info not only about the building itself, but about the land lot, to research the historical chronicle with all the historical events, and the semantic map, which is the visualization of all of the open registers, the court files and the administrative verdicts, the acts of the properties transition and the chronology, the photos, the pictures and the activists' contacts. Okay, but how can Uncle Valera use the Map of Renovations in practice? First of all, he needs to research the building at the map. Then he can be involved as the activist of the building, initiate the status, the guarding status of the building, or even to become a civil inspector. But if this Uncle Valera is trying to find the place for his business, then hundreds of the abandoned buildings are waiting for them, and the Map of Renovation will give the investment expertise. Anti-corruption is transparency in the activities of the owners and the civil control. Innovation is the relevance of the data, aggregation of the data, cooperation of the activists, the creation of the 3D models of the building, the automatic finding of the abandoned places and deserted places, and the semantic map. The open data we're using, the registers of the court decisions, the state registers, and the cultural legacy register, and also the register of fires. The business model is the inverse expertise for the business, which is the aggregation of all the open data, API for the researchers, laser scanning for the architects who will interact with the renovations, and the tourist guide for the people and society. The perspective of the development. During the challenge, we validated the hypothesis, created the community, we've organized the collection of the data and created the MVP for 0 hryvnia. And then we're planning to involve investments to develop the site, to launch the site, to conduct the invest expertise, and to develop the judicial expertise of the abandoned buildings to protect them, because the legislative changes are compulsory. Scaling for other parts of the city and other cities, and initiating of the renovations. 3 founders, the urbanist is me, data punk is Sergei, and Lisa is an architect. 30 enthusiasts and volunteers. Among them you can see the lawyers, the architects, and even the assistants of MPs. 1,500 members of the community who are daily dreaming to have life coming back to these buildings. Thank you. Thank you, Daria. And now all of the entrepreneurs whose name is Valera breathed out and ran to take a queue to use your website. We have only 2 teams left, but they are from the most interesting category, pure anti-corruption activities. And now I invite to the stage Yuri Khmalenko, who will present the first pure anti-corruption project, You Should Know Your State Official. He will come in a second. He's just calculating all the state officials, and he will show all of them at the presentation. That's it. He calculated all of them, so please let's support him.
Hi everyone, my name is Yura and I represent the Zaparcanum team. This is a web service on evaluation and investigation on the public officials based on their declarations. There's a lot of open data according to the public officers already, and there is a big demand from civil society to fight corruption among the public officials and public officers, but not a single services that really helps you to find and check the public official in a couple of clicks. Their income, their profits, their links, and their real estate. Of course, in Ukraine, we have some of the projects that partly solve this problem. We have their experiences, and we would like to introduce some of the innovations. The main basis of our sector is an algorithm that connects all of the database based on the name of the public officer. So we operate by the people, not the declaration that are being presented. Our service creates the informative dashboards with main analytics based on every public officer. We also have this links and connections cloud between the public officials, their relatives and companies connected. Moreover, we have the opportunity to search the connection between the people you previously selected. Every state official is being checked, whether being checked according to the 90 dangerous checklists that have been created according to the recommendation of the anti-corruption agencies. And after that, all of the risks rules are more transparent, and we believe that with help of our program, our governance is going to be closer than it used to be before. Thank you very much, Yura. And actually, as Pasha has already told you and Pasha has already presented, we are about to experience the pure anti-corruption project. And from one side, you're going to be very easy to comprehend the following information. On the other hand, it's going to be very hard because the projects are quite alike, but in the same time, very different. It's not that they have a different titles, and it's not like they are fighting and targeting different problems. They have different focuses and different baselines, and I cannot no longer postpone you from that. So right now I would like to invite the final Potsdam project and final project in this cycle, the Open Authority, the Open Government Project. So it has importance in the title, so you're about to learn all the details from Dmytro Yastremsky, the founder of the project. Please welcome. Good day. Our project has participated in Open Data Challenge with an MVP product that has been mostly focused on monitoring the public officials and public politicians in order to improve the awareness during the voting processes for the citizens. But after the months of working with our project, we've decided to make a U-turn, and we've decided to focus on a very important problem. We decided that what kind of innovation solutions we can produce in this sphere if we will use the open data, so that it will have the maximum impact on fighting corruption. And as far as in this sphere, we already have some people who are working in this direction. We've asked the journalists and investigative journalists to understand what are the everyday realities and what problem they're facing, whether we can help them. So we identified three main problems. First of all, the open data. They're open, but they're unfull. There are some of the misleadings in that. The second moment, the tools that are currently being used for analytical processes, they are basically the finalization and infographics of the data sets and databases, but we cannot understand where the connections are important to right now. So you're actually looking for a needle in hay. So these tools are also very limited because they only give you the opportunity to take a look at the data, but they cannot give you the opportunity to manage and work with data. So we created this interactive dashboard, interactive board that is basically that all the information you fulfill, it can be saved. Here it gives you the opportunity to use the open data, it gives you opportunity to fulfill your own data sets that will be connected to your previous data sets, and it gives you an opportunity to get the new nodes and new links that haven't been there before. The main benefits, first of all, it works really fast. Updating it in real time, that there's opportunity to trace all of the changes according to every node, and what is the most important, to identify the strength of connections while using two technologies. First of all, in our graph base, we already have the algorithm that has been created by the Cambridge University, and also we created our own scoring model that uses the data sets that has been identified in the competition. Having a month after, we were ready to identify more than 220,000 anomalies or corruption-based activities just in a month. So the next 3 months, we're about to be working on creating the final project and the final version. We will process the data, and then we will click on the main solutions for businesses. We have 2 potential clients, a big bank and legal office. We need around $15,000 for 3 months to finalize our MVP, and we have a very strong team that has been created during the Open Data Challenge, and those are the experts in developing the new radicals, new neural networks, and also working with database. We have an MVP. You can make a photo, you can check it in your mobile phones. We have an anti-corruption case, and there is a project while you can work in and you can connect this data. And separately, the anticorrupt.in.ua, a site where you can also check it out. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was the final project of the Open Data Challenge 2019 has been presented. So let us support everyone with a round of applause. So our greatest jury, I would like to once again to go to a very nice room for the finalization of your negotiations, and in 20-25 minutes we will continue, so enjoy the coffee break, and we will finally know who will share this 2.5 million hryvnia.
Finally, this moment has come. We have it in our hands. So I'd like, together with Pablo, to invite all of the jury members to the stage. Please come up to the stage. All of the jury members come up to the stage. And while the jury members are coming up, I'd like to mention that in spite of who the winners are, who gets the prize funds, who won't, I'd like to thank all the teams, because all the teams have demonstrated really cool results. They improved their projects in a year, and if any of them doesn't get the prize money, I believe that their projects will develop from now on. Yes, and really in a short I'd like to add that I'm sure that each of the projects will have a successful future. I'm sure that they will be scaling and have their own clients. But now let us have the most responsible part, the awards ceremony of our winners. And a short spoiler, there will be 5 of them. Let us begin. Alexei, please.
У нас в компании есть такая привычка называть как-то новый.
We have the habit to name Open Data Board as K12 because we name our projects K1, K2, and when we created K9, we allocated money and transferred money. So we decided to name our bot Kola Bot in the name of the famous beggar who asked for money at Krishchatik Street. And then our attitude totally changed to that Kola bot, because he had a name. And when we created chatbots and began to name them with real names, yes, you understood that. Chatbot Nazar. Grow like we did and grow better than us. Let us support CityBot Nazar. So please stay at the stage, don't leave. And now, please give the floor. I'm giving the floor. Now, let me look to Victor Lach, who will tell who the second winner is. Well, you know, when we decided to divide the money, we thought that if we divided it in cash, it would be much easier. We all were speaking about capitalization, monetization of our projects, and correspondingly, monetization of the project means that sooner or later we'll need business support, the support of the people who support the business. The support of the people who help the business to be ready for the checks, inspecting UA. 450,000 hryvnia. Let us support our second winner. Let us come to the next participant and the next jury member, Denis. Well, you know, for a long time I had to deal with only with open data and to face lots of new people. And lots of people don't even know what's your name. They say, this open data guy. And the data seem to be open, but still we have a little thing to do, which we hope it will be done by this team, and open the power, the authorities. We congratulate you. We wish you to be associated with open power and authorities. Let us support the winner, please. More noise. And now I'm giving the floor to a person whom you were listening for the whole day, and you will hear the next winner from Catherine. Well, you know, everybody knows how I love Kiev, how I Well, because I'm living here for 3 years only, but how I like my part of the city and how I'm really excited to see houses, smaller streets, all those smaller parts. It's a part of my soul, and this project, which I would award, I liked it since the first day. I liked it so much, and I'm really happy that other jury members are thinking in the same way as I did. And in fact, this is the most full of energy and drive company. I'm happy that I'm awarding this team. That is why Future Innovation Map. So, guys, I congratulate you as well. Have you calculated that we have only one winner left, one Czech left? And we were speaking a lot about anti-corruption. We were speaking about the pure anti-corruption sphere. That is why this team will be awarded by Andriy Borovik. Thank you. I would like to thank all of the teams, because the majority of you were listening to the advice of the jury, which were approximately a month ago with you. But as there was just a spoiler here, I will just remind you that 6 to 8, 7 years ago, the journalists were waiting under these premises. Bigger premises were trying to see something, but they couldn't. But now they have such an opportunity because lots of data is online already, and we just need to know how to work with them. So I congratulate our winner in the anti-corruption nomination #1, Zaparkanom, Behind the Fence, Know Your State Official. So please support the final winner of ours, Zaparkano. And now lots of applause for all of the participants and all the winners. So mostly we thank you so much. This part of Open Data Forum is considered to be closed. Look at those happy winners and have a good evening. But the most important, the not less important thing is ahead of you, so don't run away.
So, dear friends, let us congratulate the winners once again. So, your applause to all of this lovely people. So, another round of applause to our moderators, our hosts of the Open Data Challenge. And so, try to be very close because we have a very expensive TV over here. Okay, so, dear friends, again, let us have a round of applause to our hosts, Evgenia Klapa. Your applause to Evgenia Klapa, please. You know, I even wanted to compliment her, and I wanted to say that she's not only the director of the Open Data Incubator, she also has very beautiful legs. And I recollected this story of harassment in Hollywood, and I didn't want to compliment it. That's a very weird time that we're living to. And your round of applause to Pavlo Radchenko, who definitely has beautiful legs also. The operational manager of the Eastern European Foundation. And we're continuing the Open Data Awards. This is the annual award ceremony for the leaders of the open data in Ukraine. We know that every reform has a specific people, specific organizations, specific business and media. This is for the 3rd year in a row. The representatives of the civil society has identified the leaders of the open data in 5 nominations. There will only be 5. It will be really fast. Around a week, the civil society has nominated the people who support open data data development, and then the jury has decided upon the winners. I would like to invite the jury members. I know that not all of the jury members are here today, but they will be delivering the main awards. So, the jury members. Number 1, Vice Prime Minister of Ministry of Digital Transformation, Mikhailo Fedorov. He's not here with us. Petro Matyashik, the head of the TAPAS program, Transparency and Accountability in Public Administration and Services. We also have Olena Ursu. She must be drinking coffee, but please also join us, the coordinator of the development program of the United Nations in Ukraine, Ugi Six, the head of the project of European Union support of the complex reform of the state of the administration, EU4PAR. I just wanted to... Sorry. Alexei Ivankin, the founder of Open Data Bots. So, friends, let us start. Open Data Social Impact. For the biggest social impact award on using the open data, we had 3 finalists in nominations. Save Ecobots. Let us have a round of applause to our colleagues, dear friends, please.
Start Watch Ukraine.
Start Watch Ukraine.
Cost Ukraine.
And Cost Ukraine.
And the winner is...
Ні, давайте краще так. An award to Cost Ukraine.
So, dear friends, come, please join us here at the stage. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is a very pleasant news for us. It's a great pleasure for us. I don't even know what to say. Thank you very much. It really inspires us to work harder, to work more, and to open data on the renovation of the infrastructural objects. Thank you. And also from my side, I would like to say a couple of words also. Everything that you're doing really inspires us, really gives a good example for all of the communities all over Ukraine. And I'm still gladly recollecting these experiences that all over Ukraine, with your help, civil activists have monitored the quality of the road construction by using the knowledge that you have provided them with. That's very cool. So continue doing that and reach new heights, and let it be for the best. You wanted to say something also? Yes? No? No, there's no road from Dnipro to Kiev. Just help us with that, please. Yes, that's very good. For those who do not know, the guys have received their award for launching their very first analytical model for the Transparency Infrastructure Portal that has been built based on the data on renovation of the roads of general use, where the main beneficiaries, businesses and civil society can monitor the transportation sphere. Thank you once again. There are another round of applause for our winners, and let us get to the next nomination. And the next nomination, the Open Data Business Awards, for the most effective use of the open data to transform businesses. We only had 2 nominees here. There was the Clarity Project. You are really prepared. You're really prepared. You don't have any kind of football fans in your team, because, we're really worried for Mostetsky Arsenal. And the second nominant is BRDO.
And the winner is Офіс ефективного регулювання BRDO.
So they receive their reward for improving the quality and effectiveness of governance in the sphere of state control and regulation of the city construction activities, improving and facilitating business environment and increasing the trust from businesses to government. And this is the most important way of their work, as the civil society specialist outlined. Thank you very much. It was a really important victory for us, because just 10 minutes ago I was standing in between the two rows of chairs, and one of the teams, Inspect UA, they came up to me and they said, Alexei, we would like to thank you for you showing your API and for making this. And basically, from what we have done is also part of their success. So basically, this is this business part that we worked with, and I do hope that we will have a lot of startups based on open data. They're going to be competitive, we're going to have a good ecosystem, and we will show to all of the world that the data on inspections can be useful to all of the people, to the people who'd like to choose hotels, restaurants, or cafe based on open data. Thank you. The round of applause to the winner. Okay, if anyone would like to add something, that was a very big. We were very proud to integrate open data both to the BRDO API. Thank you very much. Okay, let us get to the next nomination, the Open Data City Award for the highest standards in publishing open data by the city authorities. The finalists are Lviv, Ternopil, and Zhytomyr. And the winner, we will introduce the winner in a different way. Ternopil. Please congratulate Ternopil with their victory. For the high quality of the data sets and the effective introduction of the open data policy and creating the services based on open data for the city residents. Well, we really didn't expect it. We didn't see it coming. We believe that there's a great punch for us and a great motivation for us to keep on working in a better way, for us to keep on developing. I would like to say that we're really proud and we're really glad, we're really grateful to all of the people, to all the prophets of open data, to Katerina for her. Thank you for believing in us. Thank you for inviting us for further training, and thank you for this victory here today. And I would like to add up to this moment, when I've heard that Ternopil is going to be the winner in this nomination, and I had this feeling like we don't need a reason to visit Ternopil, a special reason to visit Ternopil. Now I definitely have a reason to visit Ternopil, because the last time I've been in Ternopil was July 1991. And that was a very, very long time ago. It was a completely different city, and I'm really happy that the city as Ternopil is the city that belonged to, let us say, less noisy cities of Ukraine. I mean, like, less noisy, that they not make lots of informational appearances in the press, and not a lot of things happening there. And even they do not, but I'm really happy that those cities, they now appear in the top positions of different rates, especially on the comfort of living. So it's definitely a very good city. So thank you. And we kindly invite everyone to visit there. There you have a very good touristic data sets. Thank you. And to the next award, so a round of applause. Ternopil city. The capital of Ukrainian rock and roll, so Hadyukini brothers. So, Open Data Leader Award. This is a personal nomination for the best personal achievement in developing the open data. Mariana Zvaric, nominees from Ternopil. Pavlo Tkachenko and Irina Chernysh from Save EcoBots, and Yaroslav Raguts from Clarity Project. As they say that the number of people does not influence what are your chances to victory. So at the second nomination there are two people and they won. So please round of applause. The winner is Pavlo Tkachenko, Irina Chernysh from Save EcoBots. And also, this is the moment of gender injustice. Let us get the Pavlo also. Let us get the man here. Deeper city. Okay, we already have understood where you're from. And Alexei, if you don't mind, I will just give a mic to you. Good day. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, it's a very exciting moment for us. It's very honorable for us out of many reasons, because first of all, we have been nominated. Pavlo is here. He's now in New York, and unfortunately, he was not able to be here tonight, but he's with us with the help of modern technologies. And also, we have been working on opening the data in ecological and environmental sphere for quite a long time. And it's very important for us that currently there's a lot of attention being dedicated to this issue, and there's a lot of data sets are being opened that help us to save our planet, save the health of our nation, and to improve the quality of our life. Thank you very much, and thank you very much. Thank you very much. Pavlo, maybe he will just give us 2 words. Pavlo? No, he can't speak here. Like, he's out of words. But I believe that he's going to say thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Well, at least he's handsome. I don't know what you're doing beside of that, but you're doing it very good if he's now been in New York. Yes? Okay, so this flight is about $1,200 in a round trip. So yeah, okay, I understand that. Okay, dear friends, your round of applause for Save EcoBots and the final nomination for today. And we're about to finalize our Open Data Awards. So Open Data Government Award, the final nomination for the highest standards on publishing the open data by the central authorities, by the central government. The nominees: the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine. Well, it was really sad. This round of applause was really sad. The Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine, you should have paid the money for Save EcoBots, and they would have been applauding you really loudly. The next nominee is the Ministry of Finance of Ukraine. That was nice. And the final nominee is the National Healthcare Service of Ukraine. Friends, you won't believe it, but the winner is the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine. With opening their data, the Ministry of Infrastructure of Ukraine on the bus routes and bus stops in the machine-readable formats. A lot of projects have been created. The projects have been created that shows the diversity of the bus transportation around the country. Thank you. That's our common victory, joint victory together with our citizens, and why there's such a lot of attention being dedicated to that, because no one likes Ministry of Infrastructure because of the roads, but everyone likes Ministry of Infrastructure because we're open and because we deliver a lot of data. Now we would like to cope with continue opening the data, but we have a double celebration today. You have already celebrated the Cost Ukraine victory. Now my deputy is the head of the Cost Ukraine, and Cost Ukraine is now our municipal communal enterprise, so we will be even more transparent now. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear friends. A round of applause. Open Data Awards ceremony. So the applause to our jury members, and now I would like to invite you, dear friends, as I promised you, we have a cocktail party just next door, and do not forget we're going to have a music surprise. We have 2 options. We would like to invite Okean Elze as a band, or to invite the live code and performance by Yuri Bulka. And we've decided that live coding performance, and I'm about to explain what does it mean. So, Yuri Bulka, live coding performance, what it is. Yuri coding, there will be Yuri Bulka with computer, and he will be coding live. and it will be then translated into music. So we decided, like, why do we need OK Analyza? This is Open Data Forum. So I'm really grateful for having this honor to be here today with you throughout this very interesting, fascinating day. See ya, hear ya, read ya, and I